In the clown show of the market where the trading candles glow, we gather our strength, ready for the show. Loyal to each other, we rise up, no fear. Together we're a force, the apes, we are here. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free, holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family, all the apes are with me. In this jungle of stocks, we find unity. Ken Griffin lied, but we won't back down. In this wild roller coaster, we're taking his crown. Have you heard about Melvin Capital? Their report card was not passable. KC every day, Papa Mac, Preacher, Pirate, GrayLeaf, we're here to slay. Adam Aaron rides with us, with wisdom so bright. Cash is king in this ape revolution, we're ready to fight. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free, holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family, I got all my apes with me. In this circus of stocks, we find unity. Crayons in our pockets, we're sharing the ride. Bananas in our hands, with respect as our guide. Caring for each other through thick and thin. In this epic adventure, we know we will win. Popcorn in the air, we're ready for some fun. With every single trade, together we will run. The apes together strong, we'll soar high above. Through the highs and the lows, it's AMC we love. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free, holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family, all my apes with me. In this circus of stocks, we find unity. Like birds of a feather, our flock is forever. Diamond Hand Apes can handle that weather. Apes together strong, we'll all take a stand. Together we're invincible, hand in hand. Hold on tight, hold on tight.
Morning, Mike. Time when it's quiet, I'll pop over to X to see if I can read anything, breaking news or anything interesting that might provide us with some content to talk about. And I just stumbled onto a post, someone claiming that 30 million or whatever the number was, people are going to wake up one day, elderly citizens, and not receive their Social Security check. It is pure fear mongering. And it's a shame that something that's just a platform that's as wonderful as Twitter and X that allows any common person to have a voice, you have to indulge all that nonsense. I can't believe that they engage in it, knowing that if their desire is to have their opinions valued or have a say in political topics or what have you, you would think that people would refrain from just things that are just easily debunked or easily identified as bullshit, because it would diminish their respect for your opinion going forward. But that seems to elude this bunch. I mean, the idea that somebody could pay into Social Security their entire lives and now they're on it, and then the government's just going to turn the check off. I mean, it's just the stupidest shit I've ever read. But it doesn't slow them down for putting it out there. I can understand it if they were stretching the truth a little bit or taking something a little out of context to bend the narrative to support their arguments. But just to make up complete, unfounded, ridiculous claims like that and then put it out there, you would think that large swaths of people would just immediately block that and say, well, I no longer have any interest in hearing what this person has to say if this is the kind of lies they're going to engage upon. Because if they'll lie about that, then what else? What won't they lie about? And I can't speak for others, but I have no interest whatsoever in hearing anything anybody has to say if I know that they're just trying to deceive me. Their number one goal is just to deceive me. It's unfortunate. That's my morning rant about what a shithole X is turning into. It's a shame because I enjoy writing over there and I enjoy reading some of the stuff. It's kind of turning into like a subway wall where people just spray paint graffiti on the side of it, regardless of how filthy or ridiculous it is. I could easily see a system going forward where people say, we're going to do away with Social Security and say it no longer works for the country, that it actually hurts the worker who has the money deducted from their check. It's a poor return. The ROI on it is ridiculously low for the amount of time that money's locked up. All of those things are valid arguments. And maybe you could say, well, starting after the 4th of July next year, anybody born after that date will no longer be, able to participate in the program. They won't have anything deducted from their checks, and consequently, they won't have any ability to draw any benefits out at 62. I could see that. Whether they supplant it with a new system that's better built, or they just do it with it all together and just tell people they have to have personal responsibility for their own retirement. But that, like I said, that trying to terrorize people, strike fear in their hearts by telling old people that their check's not going to come next month. and these are the people who want to be taken seriously. They want to have a say in policy. Like you're just a bad person. That alone should preclude you from being involved in any adult conversations. So sorry about that. We're not even 30 minutes into the day, and I'm already into a pissy rant about Twitter. I'll see if I can't come up with something a little more uplifting and positive to share with you folks going forward today. But don't hold your breath. I understand the goal, GrayLeaf. It makes sense to me when something, the idea is tell old people you're going to turn their Social Security off, and if that's all they have as an income, if you make them fearful that that's going to happen, it's vote for my guy. Trump is going to take your Social Security away, so don't vote for Trump or Vance or Republicans. Vote for the Democrats. We're going to make sure that your Social Security is safe. And it was never in peril to begin with. So it's really just a tactic to scare people into voting for their guy. And you say, well, who's dumb enough to fall for a ruse like that? And it's like, I don't know, but it's another example of how the Democrats have nothing but deceit. It's amazing to me that they have no policies to run on. Everything is the foundation is about trickery or taking things out of context, or taking things that the Republicans are doing and twisting them around to make them look like some sort of boogeyman. Troubles me. Yeah. The Republicans are bad. They're going to take your Social Security away. Vote for us. We'll make sure you get your money. Like, does anybody believe that shit? You got to, I mean, I guess they do, or they wouldn't continue to put it out there. Twisty said, Twisty's I think he meant tip of the day. If you're stopping something down that's overheard, make sure your mouth is closed. I think he meant stomping. Yeah, GrayLeaf said they played that scare tactic up big time. It's scary to hear, so they went with it. But sure, the idea is to scare people and then by extension say, but if you vote for my guy, that's not going to happen. And the whole thing is a foundation of lies. It's just simply untrue. But then to me, that says something about the people who proclaim it. I'm like, once again, I've said this many times, if the way you garner my support is to trick me, what does that say? If your desire to be in control or have power is so strong that you're willing to trick me into it or to deceive me into throwing my lot in with you, well, that tells me everything I need to know. Personally, there's nothing I'd love more than to see both of my sons not have to participate into the Social Security system. Neither of them have started any kind of meaningful employment, some little side hustles and things go along with their education at this point. But if there was a way for them to opt out, if you will, and just check a box and say, yeah, I have no desire to pay into it and I won't ask for a penny when I'm 62, I would wholeheartedly endorse them. I would push for that in the strongest way possible, because the whole thing is truly a racket. They're taking people's money for most of their adult life, giving them just hardly anything in terms of interest back. All under the auspices or under the umbrella of Big Daddy Government. I'm here to take care of you. You're a grown adult, and you're not responsible enough to prepare for your own future. So we're going to do it for you. We're your overlords. We're going to do what you're incapable of doing for yourself. Twisty's changed his little comment. He said, "Oh my God, if you're whipping something down that's overhead, close your mouth." Okay, there you go. That makes no more sense. Yeah, GrayLeaf said it's so crazy when people listen and they want to argue with you. They'll quote say, "But I saw it on the news." My answer is they're lying to you. Yeah, more often than not, GrayLeaf. Follow a guy named Ian Carroll. Some of you might have heard of him. He's got a big following. I had a lot of respect for him up till recently. Most of the stuff he does is very well researched. He presents his stuff in an easily understandable way. He puts a lot of receipts, as they say, up on the board, documentation, all his sources, and it allows you to kind of draw your own conclusions or dig further into it. But then within the last 24 hours or so, he's come out in support of all things Massey for president after Trump comes out. And just a huge alarm bell went off with me. I get the whole dust up with Massey and Trump. Attendees and I debated it at length yesterday. So I understand why Massey's in the news. But now this sudden big push that when Trump is over with, Massey will be the next candidate put forward by the Republican Party, completely discounting J.D. Vance. I'm like, that looks to me, I immediately, like I said, alarm bells went off, and I thought, this is somebody trying to disrupt what we see. What I've said, so excited going forward that we'll have Trump for 4 years, and more than likely, unless we fuck it up, we'll have J.D. Vance for 8. That's a 12-year dynasty. 12-year run that allows Republicans and conservatives to straighten this country up, both physically, in terms of economically, morally, everything. And it's an exciting prospect for me. And there's nothing at all weak about it. There's no reason to believe that J.D. Vance wouldn't have I won't want to say an easy time, but a statistical advantage of getting elected, so that all those things could come to pass. And now we're not even 2 months into Trump's presidency, and I got this Ian Carroll coming out declaring that Massey will be the next candidate. And I'm like, what it looks to me like is somebody's trying to disrupt what they see. I don't want to go so far as to accuse Ian Carroll of that, but 3 years left in the Trump's administration with a candidate as strong as a vice president, as strong and well-loved as J.D. Vance is. And to already start now with talk of they want Massey instead of J.D. Vance, what it looks to me like is that somebody's trying to wreck the train. There's no desire to get Massey elected. It's a desire to try to disrupt the party from inside. And I don't mind telling you, I didn't like it one bit. Yeah, there's something up with that GrayLeaf.
Yesterday, Massey responded to Donald's tweet asking for donations. And as far down as I could scroll, people were donating. I was just shocked. Like, are they Democrats donating to him? Keep him in?
Yeah. There's another example. I tried to drive this home yesterday, that the Democrats rally behind their guy. When Obama gets elected or Biden got elected, the Democratic senators, they fall in line behind their general, as is good and proper. That's the way that's how you win. You come together as a group, you say, Obama's going to be our guy, Biden's going to be our guy. Then when he gets elected, they fall in behind him, lockstep, and they institute his policies, and then you hope that you chose a winning horse. But for whatever reason, the Republicans have this penchant for self-harm. There's always a few of these attention-seeking motherfuckers who are always like, yeah, I'm not going to vote for that, or I'm not going to vote for this. And then because we have such narrow margins, we have trouble getting our policies passed. And the Democrats don't do that. And I don't understand that. I don't know if it's a need to be in the spotlight, or there's some other weird sort of political virtue signaling, and I'm just like, and then there's all these people that say, well, it's un-American if you don't question your leader. I'm like, I get all that. You question your leader. But there's a time when you rally behind him. Seems to me there's a whole group of people who never rally behind the Republican president. They're just a perpetual, they're in a permanent state of resistance. So it doesn't matter if George Washington himself rose from the grave and became the Republican president. There would be these people in the Republican Party who'd be like, yeah, his quest for power is too hard. We got to resist this guy. I'm just like, I get it that there's a responsibility to question your leaders, hold people responsible, all those sort of things. But that's supposed to be a small part of your activities. The bigger part of your activities should be in support of him, support of your party, and support of their policies, because the time that you're in control will be brief. So there's some. I think that they know that the country has given Trump a mandate. He won, but we've covered all this before, and because of that, with the incumbent being stronger at the ballot box, J.D. Vance being such an incredibly strong candidate, I think they see the writing on the wall. So what it appears to me is that there's this act of subterfuge, or a way to weasel into the Republican Party and try to tear us apart from the inside. They can't beat us on policies. So it looks to me like what they're going to do is they're going to try to attempt all this unrest and create divisions or a civil war within the Republican Party. Hopefully it won't work. Any personal animus towards Massey, even despite how it might have looked yesterday with my opposition to attendees in our debate. But the simple fact is, the fucking guy's been 12 years in Washington. It's not like he's a junior or freshman senator. 12 years is a long fucking time. And go back and look at what he's done. Not a single goddamn thing. He didn't pass one single piece of legislation. How the fuck do you go in 12 years, you don't pass one piece of legislation? So all he's ever done is make a name for himself as the no guy. I'm like, okay, that's fine and good, but what are you for? You've spent 12 years telling us what you're not for. And I get it, it's the whole fiscal responsibility, the whole thing, we're running over a fiscal cliff. I get all of that. But at some point, you have to have other things that you're working on. It's like he's a one-trick pony. The only thing he has for his name is to stand up and say, to vote no. And unfortunately, there's a time to vote no. But sometimes you have to hold your nose and avoid the stink and vote yes in order to help your soldiers, your army win. So I question people who have a weak loyalty, because you don't win wars with disloyal soldiers. You just aid the enemy is all you're doing. And I do see the Democrats as the enemy. It's patently obvious to me. Good morning, Jimmy Cap. So anyhow, there's my thoughts on that this morning. positive note, I saw something really funny. I don't even remember if I reposted it or not, but I try to peel back on reposting things because somebody who knows far more about Twitter and X than I do said that my own writings, my own thoughts are get lost if I continually repost other people's stuff because it buries my own work. But that's neither here nor there. But I did notice yesterday that someone had posted a video of Jordan Peterson being interviewed, which he's one of the smartest men. I think he's one of the smartest men walking the earth today. Him and Victor David Hanson and some others. But yeah, Jordan Peterson went on and on and on about, well, he didn't go on and on. He spoke briefly about the recent hatred towards Elon Musk. And if you know anything about, you may not agree with everything that Jordan Peterson has as policies, but I don't think anyone would argue that Jordan Peterson's an ignorant man or an uneducated man. And he made it really clear how laughable it is that these people who accuse Elon Musk of being ignorant, dumb, retarded, all the excellent, whatever they try to accuse him of, and also being crooked and evil, because none of the facts bear that out. There's not a single fact that bears that out. But I thought it was wonderful to hear somebody who's so well-spoken and articulate come to the defense of Elon Musk. All these people they're going around terrorizing people's cars. I think those cars are shit. You couldn't give me one of them, but that doesn't matter. I think the guy's doing good stuff. But this thing of going around and vandalizing Tesla trucks, and then now recently setting fire to some of his dealerships and all that, and someone made a point to point out that that's terrorism. That's when you try to influence politics through the use of violence. That's no different than what ISIS does or what Hamas does, any of those people. So and they were called out on it, and then you had the usual group of fucking numbnuts on Twitter who were like, no, it's not, it's criminal burning somebody's dealership down. It's a crime, but it doesn't rise to the level of terrorism. I'm like, the very definition of terrorism is the use of violence to try to influence somebody through fear. So it's not a random act they're not just out, it's not a riot or a protest that got out of hand. They left their house with the sole intention of going over there and burning down a Tesla dealership to change people's views on politics. That's the very definition of terrorism. They need to drop the hammer on these people. Kong says Massachusetts has passed a law that says the legislature of Mass needs to pass an audit, but the audit is being blocked. Well, that's interesting.
Run faster than. Big blast in them. Yeah. Sharper than. Run faster than. Big blast in them. Yeah. Sharper than.
Reading you folks talk about oxycodone and the other oxys. Okay, my best friend growing up, his wife got hooked on that shit. She'd mix it with vodka. He complained to me that she'd lay in a puddle of sweat all night as she slept. He begged her to get off of him, to the point to where they ended up getting a divorce over it. Within 24 months of their divorce, they found her dead of an overdose. I think she was 36. Young, beautiful 36-year-old girl. Taking so much of those pills that she couldn't remember how many she'd taken, and then took more. And then, of course, her vodka, which is a big no. You're messing around with some dangerous shit when you get into those opioids and oxycodone and all of that. Find yourself in an early grave. Proceed with caution. Pharmaceutical industry loved that shit. They got large swaths of America addicted to that shit and filled their bank accounts with it. Always starts out the same way. My knee hurts. Oh, my ankle hurts. Oh. And of course, those doctors, they're eager to write those scripts. They love to sell that shit. Big money. How they get their beach houses and their accounts stay nice and full. Fast forward, you got people who can't make it through the day without a pill every 3 or 4 hours, until they end up just like my best friend's beautiful young bride, dead as a fucking hammer. Washington news correspondent Terry says General Electric Aerospace plans to invest nearly $1 billion in U.S. factories and supply chains. The company also announced it will hire around 5,000 U.S. workers this year, including both manufacturing and engineering roles. They have a big presence, Terry, in Cincinnati. Some of the finest jet engines in the world come right out of Norwood, just a little north of downtown Cincinnati. Used to be home to the Pontiac plant, where they produced the Formula Firebirds and the Trans Ams. That closed down many, many years ago. I helped tear down part of that factory. But General Electric has been a long presence, long-standing employer in the Cincinnati area. Interestingly enough, a lot of those jet engines they don't sell. They lease them, much like I lease a single-family home. They retain the ownership of the engine. They deliver those and have them installed for like Boeing, other aircraft manufacturers, and it comes with a maintenance package and support and all that sort of thing. It's interesting, I don't know if I said this once before, you may not have heard it, but a lot of those, I don't know if all of them, but I know a lot of those have real-time telemetry that when JJ the jet pilot is flying his jet across the country, those engines are talking in real time via satellite communications to the manufacturer in different parts of the world. Everything from temperatures to the hours that are accumulating, all sorts of things that play into the health of that engine. Pretty incredible stuff. And when the time comes, the engine's exceeded what the engineers say that it's safe to use it, then it comes off of the airplane and gets what they do with them. I don't know if they rebuild them, scrap them, but I know it's a really interesting process, and it's incredibly profitable for General Electric, as you can imagine. Good morning, honey. This is Pirate made an appearance. Taker Love says, police chief rips Tesla arson suspect release after yet another incident at the Tesla dealership unfolds. No repercussions to lawlessness. Bail set at $100,000. Transgendered individual who hates Elon Musk. Yeah. No repercussions is exactly right. He says Lucy Grace Nelson, 40 years old, who formerly identified as Justin Thomas Nelson. That tells you pretty much everything you need to know there. It's another birth defect. Was arrested last month in connection with 4 incidents of vandalism and explosive device use at a Tesla dealership. Yeah, I would lock that aberration up for a long, long time. One of my favorite comments to make about news stories like that is I would love a energetic and enterprising young journalist or reporter to stick a camera in that guy's face, that's he or she, whatever it is, and ask him, well, seriously, like, if Elon Musk has a problem with you, can he come burn your house down? Does this work both ways? And of course, you'll never get an answer out of that. The ones who advocate for violence or all this other sort of thing, they want it to be a one-way street, kind of a form of bullying, I guess. But yeah, just, if he obviously thinks it's okay to go set fire and burn down a man's business, a man's building, something that he owns, personal property, destroy it. My question is very simple. If Elon feels similarly, or maybe I feel similarly, maybe I like Elon, so I want to take up for him, am I then entitled to go like burn your house down? Which is probably not just dawned. I mean, the chances that somebody of this low caliber actually owning anything is probably pretty low to begin with. But I think my point is well made. Tech, he said, yep, but it's our legal system that's also insane. Letting that person out on a $100,000 bond, who's paying that bond, our bond payments public information. What you should know right off the bat, Tech, is that when you get a $100,000 bond, you don't post 100,000, you post 10% of that. So that's 10 grand. And then bail bondsmen normally pay that. It's a business. Somebody who has cash, somebody who's saved up a bankroll or has the ability to get cash. They open up a bail bonds office. There's one near every county jail. And when you get arrested and you do, yeah, Mike knows. The street urchins know. Mike and I know. If you get arrested, you go to jail and the judge sets your bond. Now, if you have the 100 grand and you're willing to post that, you give $100,000 to the clerk of courts. They turn you loose on the street, and when you show up to your court date, you get your money back. But most folks don't have that kind of money, so they have to go to what's called a bail bondsman. And the bail bondsman puts the bail up for you, and then he charges you. You pay him. It's like a pawn shop. And of course, if you don't show up to court, the bail bondsman sends somebody out. You've seen, there was a show that was pretty famous there, Dog the Bounty Hunter and all that kind of shit. There's guys out there that they go around and look for people who've skipped bail, or they're kind of dodging their court dates. And it's because they're not the ones that are going to lose all that money, like the 100 grand, for instance. So they send those guys out to round them up and make sure that their asses show up where they're supposed to be, so that the bail bondsman doesn't lose his money. They also have a thing, if the judge is lenient, they can release you on what's called an OR bond, and that stands for your owner recognizance. And that's usually reserved for people who aren't real big lifelong criminals. They're not, they don't have a long history of criminal activity. At some point, for whatever reason, they've run afoul of the law, they're arrested, and just because they're, by all other indications, a decent citizen, they'll let them go on just the promise that they'll be back to court. And then there's a property bond. If you get arrested and they want a $100,000 bond, have the cash, if my house is paid for free and clear, I can put my property up. So I go to the courthouse, and your mom and dad can give them the title to your house. There's been some sad stories about that, where some of these walking pieces of human excrement talk their mom and dad into putting their house up so they can get out of jail and wait for their court date, and then they flee. Mom and dad ends up losing their house in the process. But yeah, you can put property up as well. It's all in an effort that you don't have to be locked up in a jail cell, which costs the taxpayers money, while you're waiting for your trial date. He says, so is it worth it to society to let a man who committed arson in 4 different scenes to walk free into a court day? I can't believe whoever this guy is. Yeah, that's the whole thing. There's a lot more at play to this, Tech. Part of it is overcrowding in jails. We don't have enough jails for whatever reason. So, contrary to what you'd like to believe, they don't, as much as they want to lock people up, sometimes they just don't have a room for them. I mean, there's laws. You can't put 8 guys into an 4x8 cell. You get sued for violating their civil rights, and at some point it's just torturous. So if a facility can only hold so many people, the judge can only lock up so many people. And it's an interesting topic if you dig into it. There's actually a career. There's actually people who work in the justice system, and it's their job every day to decide who they let go early to free up space. And the argument is, if you only have 1 empty jail cell and you have a murderer, a rapist, and an arsonist, who are you going to lock up? So the guy has no choice. He's like, the murderer's got to get locked up. So what happened? But it doesn't make the news, because they don't realize that somebody wasn't really going out of their way to turn loose the rapist or the arsonist, but you don't have any place to put them. you don't have any place to put them. And that's why you'll see a lot of early releases. You'll see overcrowding in prisons and corrections facilities. And people will petition a court and say, listen, they're cramming too many people into a small jail cell, and then the judge will step in and force them to release people. So it's an interesting topic if you dig into it. It has a lot to do with why you see people on like their 8 DUI. They've got like 8 DUI convictions and they still haven't done any real time, because unfortunately they're like low on the totem pole as far as offenders. You have what's called violent offenders, and you have non-violent offenders, and it's on down. There's a whole classification system, and it's meant to separate all these crooks and criminals into varying degrees of who's the real bad guys and who's, you know, and to a lesser degree, not as bad, not as bad, not as bad. Twisty said he's in the club. He knows all about paying bonds. Listen, to be fair, I'm in the group of knowledgeable people, but not for the reasons I think some of you guys are. I actually worked as a corrections officer, a sheriff's deputy for a while. I told the story. My dad was a sheriff's deputy until the day he died in Hamilton County. So I have some intimate knowledge of how a lot of that worked, at least at the county level. I know we have no shortage of outlaws in here. They're my people. Despite the fact that I was never, well, let's just put it this way, I was never caught. I'm not saying I didn't deserve to go to jail a few times. It was just my good fortune that I lived a blessed existence. Shared the story with you many times about how my brother was doing life in prison, so he wasn't so fortunate. It would appear that I got all the good luck and he got none. Dynamite says, I have had a lot of friends who are pretty bad dudes. And I get it, Mike. Just comes with the territory sometimes. When I think of my brothers, for instance, they were both bona fide outlaws. Well, I have 3 brothers. One's kind of a halfwit. The other 2 are, they're just genuine outlaws in the truest sense of the word. And of course, I took a different path, obviously. But I think of the movie, I think it's called Kinfolks or Next of Kin. Patrick Swayze starred in it. He played a FBI agent or a small op. But he was from like a rural town in Kentucky, the hills of Appalachia. So he had real grounded roots. And he had a brother that was not necessarily on a good path. And I think the storyline of the movie was his brother was killed, murdered. And he was trying to investigate that. And of course, then the crooked people were coming after him. So he enlisted the help from his other family members from town. And I remember a specific line from the movie or one of them asked Patrick Swayze, he said, are you a tough guy? Are you a badass or something? And he said, no, but help me. And I thought that was incredibly good writing. Meaning no, I'm not a bad dude, but they're on their way. I guess if the arsonist has an ankle bracelet. Yeah, I don't know how all that works. Tech. I'm unfamiliar with the specifics of who gets ankle bracelets and who don't and all that. The ankle bracelets I think that's different. That's for home incarceration. That's where the judge basically says you're not allowed to go out and wander around the neighborhood. You're not allowed to hang out on the corner with your bros. You have to stay in your house. You're like under house arrest. The only time you're allowed to leave is for your job. If you have one, you have to have specific hours to court of when you'll be there. And if you get caught, pulled over, and you're not either on your way to work or back from, you can be locked back up. Most folks don't want to be in a correction facility, so they much rather have home arrest for the obvious reasons. So the idea is that you can kind of get somebody off the streets, if you will, and not burden the public with feeding him 3 times a day and providing him with a cell. I apologize if I'm wrong, but having an ankle bracelet is different than being out on bond. Now, could you have both at the same time? Maybe. But that's the limit of my knowledge on that subject. I will add this, Tech. I can tell you, I don't have any data to back this up. It's just my good old country boy common sense. It's my belief that these people all have one thing in common. The Black Lives Matter group, the Portland, Oregon rioters, all of that whole bunch, these people that are burning down Elon Musk stuff, I would be willing to bet Camelot on this. They don't have jobs. That tells you so much about those people. And here's why. If you have a job, you don't have time for all this. I've said countless times when you see all these people running buck wild, burning shit, throwing bricks through windows, I'm like, if they had to get up at 6:30 in the morning to go be at their job, they wouldn't be interested in all this. None of these people aren't like, oh my God, I'm so committed to my political beliefs on this that I'm going to quit my good paying job and throw all my personal responsibilities into the wind, and I'm going to go burn down car dealerships in Portland, Oregon. Wrong. So first thing you can just about bet on is that all of those people are on the public dole, meaning they don't have any place to be, they don't have any lunch breaks, they don't have sick time, and none of those things. They're just little free birds that just go about their business every day because they're either on SNAP benefits, welfare, food stamps, or some sort of Social Security disability con job. What they don't have is a job where they have to be at, like, say, Burger King as a restaurant manager or driving a truck or post office. They don't have a place to be, because if they did, their time would be too valuable to them. Anybody who's held a job for more than 6 weeks at a time without, understands that a job is a commitment. It sucks up, Monday through Friday, the biggest part of your day. You're left with your weekend. Your evenings are barely enough time to maybe, rest up a little bit, shower, shine and shave, and have a meal. So the first thing you can bet that all these people have in common is they're a bunch of lazy fucks. They don't have a job. And back to the fact that a lot of them are probably on some sort of disability scam where they finagle their way into getting a Social Security disability benefit mailbox money, you know, $1,000 a month or $1,500 a month for the rest of their life, under the guise of they're disabled. Look, it's literally in the name. Their disability precludes them from doing anything physical. But yeah, they've got all the physical energy and abilities required to burn and riot and run, throw shit. It's terribly disheartening when you drill down on it. Yeah, I forgot to turn my microphone on. I was going on and on and on about the program. They have a program called Work Release 2, where you stay in a county facility. You're allowed to leave and go to work, but you have to be back right after work is over with. You stay the night. And all of that is like a privilege. If you run afoul of any of their rules, they put you back in general population and in a jail cell. But all of that is an effort to alleviate overcrowding, also have some sort of rehabilitation possibilities, promoting the guy keeping a job and going to work and all that. It's a way to keep him becoming a repeat offender. Just got a cool message from my son. He's in South Florida getting some instruction. The guy that teaches this little, like a mom and pop aviation school to get certifications for some specialty type stuff they do, is a retired surgeon, spent his career in the medical field, and that he flew just as a side hustle when he was a doctor. Now that he's retired, this is his little grind, his little extra retirement gig, I guess. But they're really cool acrobatic type aircraft, and he's given the ground lessons at really good rates compared to what some of the bigger schools do. And he's certified to do all this at all of it counts. We're celebrating here today. Same kind of airplanes they pull those banners with next door. Tech We Love says they had some sad news. 2 teenage male youths who looked about 16 to 18 years old drowned in 2 different years clearing weeds on Minnesota lakes, with proposals to require scuba certification and other job training. Yeah, it happens, Tech. Life is tough, man. It's brutal. There's guys that fall off a roof. People get run over by forklifts in warehouses. When you're out there working and getting after it, you have to have your head on a swivel, lest you fall victim to something like that. It is sad, though. I hate to see somebody that's trying to grind or work and end up paying the ultimate price for their efforts. After reading your message there, Tech, I had some stories that popped into my mind about people who, well, there's no nice way of saying it, lost their life on job sites working, some of them on weekends and evenings. But I'm refraining from sharing them with you in detail because I don't want the day to just be an endless succession of negativity or stories about health problems or the weather, all of that. I've often said that people who can't find anything other to talk about than the weather or their health problems or the gloom and doom stuff, it shows a lack of creativity and an intellectual handicap. And I don't want to fall in that category. But I'll just say that there's nothing sadder than when somebody is punished for working. And when I say punished, I mean fall victim to something like that. It's a tough place. It can be incredibly beautiful or ugly. I guess it depends on what you choose to focus on.
Shove up that deck, get off my neck. Content strike, ain't got me a check. Rope a dope so, oh ha ha. Very so mad, ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad.
Good morning, Papa Mac. I'm going to mess around replying to some people's post on Twitter, X, if you will, concerning the inability for them to buy, first-time home buyers, how that it's high housing prices and lack of supply is the reason why they can't have a house. It's the biggest load of bullshit I've ever seen in my life. And I'm quite certain I'm going to catch all sorts of incoming fire for the shit that I'm posting, but it's the truth. The number one reason why people can't have home ownership, quite frankly, is bad credit. Sometimes no credit, but more often than not, it's bad credit. It's because they made poor decisions and didn't honor their words or their obligations earlier on. And the lenders have strict standards. Nobody is going to hand over hundreds of thousands of dollars to somebody on a fucking if come maybe basis that they'll get the payments made. Second to that is a lack of consistent work history. These people who they don't have the ability to show that they have a job and that they've stayed there, they intend on staying there, and that as a result of that, they'll have a steady income that will allow them to pay for a house. Those two factors, beyond anything else, are probably the biggest hurdle why people don't have. Now, I'm fully aware that there is right now prices are high, but I've talked about this at length. And there may be a retraction on that, but ultimately they'll just continue to get high. Throughout the course of your lifetime, houses will cost more, not less. So you can bitch about that, or you can wrap your head around it and understand that those are the rules of the game. So that would indicate that the sooner you get a house, the sooner you can start building equity in one. But this concept that they're just not, and the other one was there's somebody running around telling everybody that 40% of mortgages now are being subsidized by the government. I know there's some kind of ridiculous shit. I know there's some news recently about Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac that have foreclosed on people who are behind on their payments, and that the implication being that the government's making house payments for people. And maybe it's happening. I haven't seen any evidence myself, but even if it is happening, it doesn't make up the biggest part of the market. These people are running around like the reason I can't find a house is because the government's making house payments for people right now that aren't paying. I'm like, that is some of the stupidest shit I've ever heard anybody say. But I know this is a coping mechanism. These are people that are either renting or they haven't achieved the American dream of home ownership, and they're looking for somebody to blame it on. We live in a blame culture. God forbid anybody take any personal responsibility for the fact that for years they have done nothing to improve their own situation. It's always somebody else's fault. Somebody else, it's not my fault. And it all becomes so tiresome. Guarantee you that if tomorrow all of the big builders went on a building spree, they just started going, just every one of them went balls to the wall, just slamming subdivisions in, building what we call spec houses, speculating that you can build it and then sell it on the open market and make a modest profit because you speculated that there will be a demand for it. So investors like myself and others would run out and just start building houses, not for themselves and their families, but to sell for a profit. If that thing just took off like a rocket tomorrow and houses were popping up everywhere, and then simultaneously, for whatever reason, interest rates fell, the 10-year treasury notes fell, and as a result, other factors come into it, but for the sake of my argument, that home ownership mortgages fall. The 30-year mortgage fell to, 4%, 4.5, even 5 is a good, whatever, we can talk about interest rates later. But if those two things were met, and that's what they're all running around crying with their hair on fire, and these people still wouldn't buy. They still have shitty credit because they haven't even paid the bills they have now, or they don't have any money to put down because despite the fact that they've been out of high school for years and supposedly working, they haven't saved a goddamn dime. So they have no money to put down. All of those things are discounted. But sure, it's the high price is the reason you don't have a home. Okay. They're the same ones that was like, we just recently had historic lows. I can't remember in my lifetime seeing 30-year mortgages at 3.5%, 3.7%. The best I ever got was before my first son was born, and my wife and I paid thousands of dollars to have our mortgage redone. We refinanced so that we could get to like 5.5%. And I just thought I was the god of all finance to get a mortgage of 5.5% for 30 years. But we just recently went through a period of time where mortgages were 4, 3.8, 3.5. I hear people bragging. I'm like, why didn't you buy one then? What was your excuse then? Now the excuse is, oh, rates are too high. I'm like, well, why didn't you buy back then? And it's because they're lying. It's not because the interest rates are too high. And it's just one more example of people failing to take responsibility for their own actions. And my thing is, if you really want a home, be honest with yourself about why you haven't gotten one up till now, and go about doing the hard work of fixing that. If the truth of the matter is, and you might lie to all your friends, but if you know yourself that you don't have a home because your credit is shit, then go fix that. Work on that instead of going on the internet crying about, oh my God, the reason I don't have a house is they're too expensive. No, it's because you're a scumbag and don't pay your bills. So change that. Decide, wake up and say, I'm not going to be a scumbag who doesn't pay my bills anymore. Pay your bills. Show the banks that you honor your word and you will keep your agreements that you make, and they'll throw money at you. I've said as much in a few posts on Twitter. I'm sure I'm going to get lit up, but I'm ready for a fight today. They can bring it. Meanwhile, we have yet another Hollywood actor, some black guy, I forget his name. I think he's the guy that played the new or Captain America, whatever, making a post that says that you can't earn success in America, that it's given. That if you're not one of the ones who are blessed or knighted by some powerful forces that pick and choose winners and losers, and again, it's more that coping. You got to really be careful taking the advice from people who tell you that you can't succeed because the evil darkness is against you. Those people, they're never going to help you do better in your life. All they're going to do is make you feel good about whatever shitty place that you're in, as opposed to showing you some opportunities or a path out of it. But yeah, and this is a guy who's, I guess if you would ask him, well, you're a successful actor now. Is it? Because his argument is that it's not about the hard work, that you need to be appointed as a winner. I'm like, well, who appointed you? But I promise you, if you interrogated him and said, so how did you get where you're at? He would be like, oh, I worked hard. I went to a lot of casting calls. I paid my dues. I did, local theater. I did summer stock. Yeah, when it come to him, he would tell you all the reasons why he busted his ass to become a successful actor. But then he goes on the internet and tells everybody, you're fine. Your life isn't, you're just not a winner because the deck is stacked against you. And I can't think of anything more that would do more injury or more harm to people than to tell them, yeah, it's not a factor of how hard you work. And I've shared my story with many of you many times, so I'll save the bragging and the boasting about how I've lived my life. But when I hear these people say this kind of shit, it makes my blood boil. Like, I just want to scream at the top of my lungs, you're wrong. Hard work does pay off. Resilience and refusal to quit ultimately will lead to gains. Will you get to your goal? I mean, my goal was to be a Blue Angels pilot, and I failed miserably on that particular goal. But does that mean to show that my entire life has been a failure as a result of that? It's ridiculous on its face that people snap this shit up, man. We live in a world where everybody wants to be told that none of their woes are their problems. Not a single person out there lives a life that is less than they desire because of their actions. It's always because of some big spooky boogeyman that's out there. And what it does is it's insulting to people who really do the work, who put the hard work in, the dedication, who make the right choices and are successful. It diminishes their accomplishments. Pisses me off to no end. It's always the same group too. The people who can't keep a job, the people who quit for any minor, at the first sign that their boss does something that they don't agree with, it's fuck you, I quit, or they bounce from job to job, or worse, they don't even have a job. They have these long periods of time where they just don't do anything productive. You know, they live like a parasite off somebody else's efforts, or however that is that they manage to survive. It's always that group, the same group that, you know, that has children out of wedlock that they can't even provide for themselves, but they're bringing babies into this world that they can't feed, or knocking up their girlfriend. You know, all of these things that you're told from as children or young adolescents that, you know, if you refrain from these things because they're harmful, they will be an obstacle to your success. And then, despite that admonitions or the warnings, these people engage in all these activities, you know, criminal behaviors, getting involved in crime, violence, all of these things. And then as years go by, they're the victim, that somehow or another the deck was stacked against them. I'm like, no, take some responsibility. You get 80 years on this earth and you choose how you spent them. If you fuck all your valuable working years away, then that's on you. And it says it comes down to would've, could've, should've. Exactly. But to go out on the internet, especially if you're a black movie star where you have a following of people who love you for your body of work in Hollywood or cinema, they look up to you because you're a celebrity, and then they're young and an impressionable mind. And then to tell them, well, just understand it doesn't matter how hard you work, you may not succeed. I mean, that's some evil shit. I'm like, dude, you just should shut up and just go pretend to be superheroes. You need to stop giving young people advice, because you're not helping anybody. If anything, you're hurting young minds. But that won't stop them from seeking their moment of fame, their few minutes of notoriety. Like, oh my God, look, a Hollywood movie star has something to say about success. We should all pay attention. Tom D says, I have 7 more child support checks to pay, and then I'll go out for a steak dinner. Yep, that's it, Tom. My father used to tell me stories. He's dead and gone, and my mother's dead and gone. She died this year. Many of you know I had an estranged, not just an estranged relationship with my mother, but just a non-existent. But my father would tell me stories about how she would go into the local pub that he would frequent as a young man when I was just a baby, young kid. And she would cash his child support checks right in front of him at the bar and buy drinks for the house. So I'm not unbiased enough to even go down that path of whole child support thing and all that. But it's another example of, you know, my dad was at a disadvantage because of this position that he found himself in. I guess the way to wrap that up to say was he chose poorly and then paid a price for it. Tom, I'm glad that freedom is just around the corner for you. And I respect you for stepping up and taking your responsibilities for it and paying all those years. That's the true measure of a man. Andrew Morgan, I can tell you where the bar was. It was in a little town called Addiston, 100 feet off of Highway 50 by the Monsanto plant. You're well aware of where that's at, on the Ohio River there. The bar doesn't exist any longer. I think they finally tore it down 3 or 4 years ago. I grew up in an area that was had no shortage of your local bars. I don't think that's too much of a thing any longer. We had one called the Casa Loma, which Spanish. I think Casa means house. I don't know what Loma means, but Casa Loma still exists. A little shithole bar. There's another one. It had an Irish motif called the Shamrock Inn. Everybody called it the Rock. Third was called Lake Edwards because of its proximity to a marsh. Interestingly enough, there was no lake there, no water, no nothing. I guess maybe at one time there was, but it was just a valley between 2 foothills that was the culmination of some creeks that ran through that part of the Ohio River Valley. And just before they entered the Ohio River, it led to like a wetlands area. It's known as Lake Edwards, but that part was called Lake Edwards. That one no longer exists, but that was the 60s and 70s when, and to some extent, I guess the early 80s, where men would, when they get off work, they'd all gather at the local pubs. Anderson said, I hope somebody pushed her off Anderson Ferry. For those of you who aren't familiar with the Cincinnati area, Anderson Ferry is also a town, but there's a ferry there, a literal ferry where you can, if you don't want to drive to Cincinnati to cross over one of the bridges into Kentucky, you could take a ferry. Where it's kind of cool. As kids, we always look forward to it. We'd go down. Back in the day, it used to be like $1. You'd wait in line until the ferryman would come across the river. A little industrial barge, and you'd drive a ramp would fall down on like a boat ramp, and you drive your car out on it. We, as kids, we just thought it was amazing, and that once they got 6 or 8 cars on it, they would raise the ramp up. And they had the ones that we had were really older. They had paddle wheels on them. It was like not a stern wheel, it was a paddle wheel. Well, it was on the side. I can't remember if it was port or starboard side, but it was literally a paddle wheel, and it would paddle across the Ohio River, and then it'd open up, and then you'd instantly be in Kentucky. And I can remember sometimes my father would indulge us. We would be in that area, and we would pay to ride across the river, and then he would just turn around and pay to ride back. We had really no business in Kentucky, but yeah, well aware of Anderson Ferry and everything that takes place there. Please. Not so good. You guys are going to be jealous. Mr. Pirate just bought me a big stack of blueberry pancakes. How about that? Little snack. You there yet? Oh, here she is. I just spent a few moments reading about the people who are running around shedding tears for this Mahmoud Khalil having his green card revoked despite not having committed any crimes. And among other things, I think it's important that people remember you're a green card holder, you are not a citizen. So they need to start out with some basic facts right off the bat. All the blowhards and the big mouths who love to weigh on topics that they know so very little about. If you engage any of these people, remind them right off the bat that green card holders, let's just start with the basics. They are not citizens. And as a result of that, they are not, capital letters N-O-T, not entitled to the protections granted to American citizens by our Constitution. It's not a difficult concept, people. You come here as a guest. You're given a visa, green card, any of those things. You are a guest. You're not a citizen. You're allowed to come for whatever you applied for. And you're expected to behave in a certain fashion. If you come here as a guest and then immediately go about trying to promote terrorist organizations and make no bones about it, that's what he was doing. He's here as a guest and from a foreign country. He's not even a citizen, and then runs around stirring up trouble. And then when a duly elected member of our government, our president specifically, says, yeah, I want his visa revoked, he needs to go home, that shouldn't be as a surprise. But whether you're surprised by it or not, be real clear, it's not illegal. There's nothing, in fact, it's actually warranted. This concept of people coming to our country from all around the world, they're not even citizens, and then immediately start stomping up and down in the streets demanding how we do this, that, or the other thing. It's ridiculous. Terry said the Maui police chief, John Pelletier, who gave the order that they're claiming that trapped victims in the Lahaina fire in Hawaii, has now been named also as a co-conspirator in the Diddy case. I read that a couple days ago, Terry. That's interesting. You think, man, how can somebody? Those are two completely different and independent things. It's just weird that he's involved in both of them. Terry says he also just happened to be the incident commander during the Las Vegas shooting. There you go. Now, how you go from being a police chief of Maui to a incident commander in Las Vegas, how that works. Unless this guy just happens to be, that rare anomaly that's unlucky that every time something bad happens, he's around. If it's factual. I know she's put allegedly. That would be my first thing, is that you don't even know how much of that's true. They got a picture making its rounds on Twitter of Mark Kelly, the astronaut. At one time, I had a lot of respect for the guy. He's an accomplished aviator, flew combat missions in the Middle East, a shuttle crew member, and eventually a space shuttle commander. All of those things, all of the things that I worship in a man, as far as accomplishments. And all of it just evaporates when I see him embracing George Soros' son and taking a photograph. You're like, well, another one of my misplaced allegiances, if you will, or another hero who just vaporized right in front of my very eyes. He's always been aligned with the left. His wife was kind of a lunatic. Their views on the Second Amendment and gun ownership and all sorts of leftist ideologies. But I always thought that maybe that was just his misplaced policies. But to see him in the warm embrace of George Soros' son, like, well, there's no getting around what that means. Elon Musk caught a lot of shit for calling him a traitor. And everybody was like, well, Elon Musk never served in the military, and here's a man who's accomplished, and then they were right and all that. But there's no escaping it. When you understand George Soros and who he aligns himself with, who he puts his money behind, there's no getting around it. Pictures of him and Ileana Omar hugging and smiling into a camera. I don't know. I can't for the life of me figure out what makes a man choose to participate in that, to go down that path. I don't understand the appeal. Terry says, European Union to target Republican states with tariffs in the Trump trade war. Yeah, Terry, it's all over the mainstream media and the legacy news. CNBC's done no fewer than at least 6 2 or 3 minute spots this morning about the tariffs and the reciprocal tariffs, or payback, if you will. Funny stuff. All these little, it's like being pecked to death by ducks. All these little tiny state countries around the world that we do business with, and it's incredibly lopsided, the manner of how it all works. And for them to think, they're like little yapping puppies, to think that, oh, well, we're going to tariff you too. Anybody who knows, has done even a perfunctory search on the topic, will know that this is a no-win situation for them. And that includes the Canadians, our cousins up north. Ford, that guy named Ford, it was at the center of the electric threat to cut off the electric to whatever, Massachusetts or wherever it was. He's another one that's insisting that he's going to implement 25% on this, 25% on that. I'm like, that's all fine and good, but it still doesn't matter in the big picture, because it's a lopsided deal. We buy everything and they buy nothing. So I shouldn't say nothing. They buy nothing in comparison. So I don't know how they think that, that they're somehow or another going to hit us back in the same fashion. It's the only thing that makes sense to me is that they feel like this makes them look good to other Canadians. Like, I'm fighting for you, or I'm standing up against Americans. That's the only thing that can make any sense, because mathematically it's not a win. I'm back, friends. I snuck off to use the bathroom and refill my drink. Peace.
Schlub up that deck, get off my neck. Content strike, ain't got me a check. Rope a dope so, oh ho ho. Jerry was so mad, ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really playing sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? STD, touchdown, had to let you go. Over leverage with compliance and shame. Touch yourself, cause you've got no game. Let's say, why are you so mad? Oh, ha ho. Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really playing sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? Touchdown, had to let you go. Over leverage with compliance and shame. Touch yourself, cause you got no game. Then say, why are you so mad? Oh, 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 ha, ho. Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really playing sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really playing sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? STD, touchdown, had to let you go. Over leverage with compliance and shame. Touch yourself, cause you got no game. Let's say, why are you so mad? Oh, ha ho. Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really playing sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really playing sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? Jerry,
No shortage of dust ups on X concerning Doge and Trump shutting down the Department of Education on federal level. As you can well imagine, those the most vocal about it are the ones who are employed there. I'm like, oh my God, my pay for nothing job just disappeared and I'm angry about it. All sorts of ridiculous claims about how now our country is going to be uneducated, our children, the poor children, or we're not going to learn their little ABCs anymore. Some of the most ridiculous shit. It's always beautiful to hear these people try to justify their existence. Not to mention the fact that I typed in something about there's clear data out that shows that since the federal Department of Education began, we have had a steady decline in our ranking among the education and where we stand on the world stage in terms of how well educated our children are. It didn't go up, it went down despite billions of dollars flowing into Washington, D.C. and all the fucking do-gooders there. All those people who are looking out for the children's. Such horse shit. And what kills me is that these people think that we're dumb enough to believe all this shit. I'm like, for starters, it's not like because the Department of Education just gets vaporized that now, my kids don't have to go to school on Monday here in Florida? I'm like, you got to be particularly stupid to say shit like that. But I guess, more importantly, there's a small subset of people who are stupid enough to believe it. Like, oh my God, we don't have a Department of Education in Washington, D.C. anymore with a bunch of highly paid people who do nothing. But now that they're gone, my kids won't learn how to add. I'm like, do you really believe that? Do you really? For starters, I can't speak for the rest of the country, but in my county here in Florida, I pay for the schools. It didn't come out of federal tax dollars and that shit. I'm sure they get grants and all that stuff. I'm sure there's a lot of matching funds. I'm sure they get their fair share of that that gravy grift out of Washington. But I can tell you that the biggest part of the financing that goes into our county comes straight from landowners. If you own a house or property in the counties, and I know it was that way in Ohio and Indiana too. If you owned land, the biggest portion of what they taxed you for, they robbed you every year for something that you'd already paid for years ago in some instances, went towards the school system. It was always a problem for me. And an uncle who never had children lived to be 80 years old. Why did he pay his entire life property taxes for a school system that he never sent a child to? But that's another subject. But the concept is that we need an entire group of people, an entire industry in Washington, D.C. to ensure that children are educated. And it might make sense if they had done something. If over the course of all of these years, there was clear evidence that they could point to that showed that there was a net gain, that was positive, it was for the good of the communities. But it was actually the opposite of that. And that shows you just how bold these people are, that in the face of evidence to the contrary, they say to themselves, oh, you're shutting down the Department of Education and our children are going to be worse off for it. I'm like, that's a lie. The only person that's going to be worse off for it is your ass with your worthless degree, the fact that you were connected well enough politically to get a job where you did nothing of value for society, and yet you drew money off of it all this time. So pack your shit and get out. We're done. I love it. My response is always the same. I don't take the time to respond to all of them, but if I'm feeling a little spicy and I pick one out, I'll usually, the first thing I type in is, let me guess, you work there. I'm like, I don't think there's any like young family with kids in school that are running around right now saying, oh my God, I'm so pissed that they shut down the Washington, D.C. Department of Education. You got to be brain dead to believe that. No, the only people that are pissed are the ones that cash those fat checks and didn't do anything but play Candy Crush and play on their computer all day at their job, if they even went in at all. It's not specific, or it's not isolated to just the Department of Education. This whole thing with Doge and Elon Musk and all them, it's really, it's quite frightening if you think about it, how much of our economy is propped up on nothing more than government debt. See, these aren't industries. None of these people are doing anything to make your community better. They're not building houses for you to rent or buy. They're not pouring concrete swimming pools. They're not building a car. They're not doing a brake job for you so that they're not adding anything of value. All they're doing is taking, like a parasite on a host, like a ringworm or a grub worm that lives in the side of a cow. It's just one of those things where you go, and I understand it. If it becomes a way of life for them, I can certainly see why they squeal that it's coming to an end. But how they attempt to make a cogent argument for the continuation of it is what I wrestle with, in the face of this overwhelming body of evidence that shows it's just all a grift. It's all unnecessary. But the scarier part for me is that when you look around you, these are your friends and neighbors. We talk about these things in the abstract on here, and I thunder away in an effort to entertain you folks. But the truth of the matter is, it's us. I say them, but it's all of us. It's our neighbors, our cousins. I'm sure all of us have somebody in our families who is the recipient of this sort of activity, and that's the uncomfortable truth. And my message to them would be like, I'm sorry, but it should have never gotten this far, but you're going to have to develop skills that are marketable and that allows you to provide something that your community needs if you wish to receive a paycheck. But this whole thing of just get a job that's some sort of quasi-governmental appointment or position where you provide little or nothing of measurable value, it's over with. And it's sad. It's sad if it creates some anxiety in their families or some financial hardship. But that's life, you know. When you live by the sword, you die by the sword. These people who engaged in these practices and participated in it, and they were the beneficiaries of it. They lived large for so long. They should be grateful that it lasted, that they had as good a run as they did. But this whole idea that somehow or another they're a victim because now they're being told to go get a real job, I'm the wrong guy. They might sell that shit to somebody else, but not me. I said once before, I think it was on KC's stream, I think you could create a incredibly popular reality TV show if you just got a sound man, a cameraman, and somebody with a set of balls to go around and follow these people. I've said it forever, these government workers, I'm doing air quotes now, these government employees, follow them around and watch what they do. Don't interfere with their day. Don't do anything to, don't even pass judgment. Just document it and put it on Netflix and let people decide. Do you think this person's giving you value for your money? I've always been bitter towards lazy people for whatever reason. I saw it as an abhorrent character flaw, in no small part because as a young man, I interpreted it as the less they do, the more I have to. So I guess I saw it as I was being punished because not only did I have to labor for my own efforts, but I had to labor for somebody else's, and it seemed patently unfair. So I guess I'm biased in that, but I guess if you want to be honest about it, just say if somebody wants to be lazy and go without, then that's their choice. But it's not always the case. It's rarely is that the bum who lives out on the side of the road, sleeps under an underpass, he panhandles, or eats out of a dumpster. I guess that's his choice, he's not coming to me to ask me to break my back in the hot sun to feed him, and so I don't necessarily I guess I should be more open to the idea if somebody just wants to be lazy, that's their prerogative. I guess where I draw the distinction is once their slothfulness or their laziness becomes a burden to me, it adds to my workload, and make no mistake about it, it does. All these people who are the bleeding heart liberals, the big everybody's entitled to everything, those are fancy big words that just means somebody else has to work for what they need. And I don't know how you justify that. Just because they use the government as a middleman. So I work like a dog in the heat, and then at Friday when I get my check, the government takes some of the money out in the form of taxes, and then just as quick like a bunny, that money ends up on somebody's SNAP card, welfare card, or subsidized housing. Well, it's real simple. I mean, they could have just made it easier. I could have just cashed my check and just sent it to the guy myself. But they need that middleman in there to give them that cover, the fog, to hide what's really going on. And it's real simple. One person is working to provide for another, and they can't sell that. So they got to have a government middleman in there so that it muddies up the water enough to hide that. It's my hope that going forward, Americans will just say, yeah, I'm not going to participate anymore. And I'd like to think that Doge and Elon Musk is at the beginning of that movement. Between that and the arguments I get into with these people, the whole bunch of, oh my God, Social Security is not enough to live on. I'm like, whoever told you that Social Security was supposed to be a golden parachute? Social Security was supposed to be nothing more than an emergency backstop, a safety net, meant to be the bare minimum if somebody had fallen on hard times or something untoward went on. But instead, it's been bastardized into this thing where that's how you retire. You know, that's going to provide for all of your needs when you're old. And then when I hear these people say, well, they can't get by on their Social Security, I'm like, why is that all you have? If you go into your golden years with nothing more than Social Security, you're a fuck up. You fucked your life away. You made bad choices, bad decisions. Now, I know there's going to be the rare exception out there, people who had misfortune or through any number of things. I don't mean to imply that you can't find an exception. I'm talking about now in large terms, wholesale terms. Most people, by the time you reach retirement age, you should have used your life in a manner that provided for yourself. If you don't have some place to live that's paid for, that's on you. What did you do with your 50 working years? If you don't have some money put aside, and whatever vehicle you thought was best for you, whether it was gold or Bitcoin or stocks, or whether it's just money buried in the mason jars in your garden, you've got 50 to 60 years to prepare for that. So you go your entire life just shitting in your own bed, and then my heart's supposed to fucking bleed for you because you're 65 years old and hungry and tired. I'm like, sorry, it doesn't work for me. Is he still flying? Any feedback from him? Yeah, GrayLeaf, it doesn't take much to get me spooled up, get my turbocharger wound up and running when I enter into these conversations with these people. I don't mind telling you, GrayLeaf, I'm really close to achieving my own personal nirvana. I'm getting ever closer to that brass ring of where I can either have a piece of land way out in the country where I can drive through a gate, lock it behind me, surround myself with many acres of land where it essentially puts a barrier between myself and the rest of this crazy world. Or at a minimum, I can stay here in Camelot. And as has been my custom, I don't even leave the house any longer, but I can reduce my interaction with this crazy outside world to a minimum and be done with it. I mean, until then, I like to sound off. And like I said, it's a source of entertainment for me to hang out with you guys and thunder away. But I'm quickly approaching part of my life where I think some solace and beautiful sunsets and sunrises and watching the ducks swim are going to make up the bulk of my activity, and let the rest of these people fight and claw for whatever they can take from each other. Keep calm. Says the median savings at age 55 in the U.S. is 155 grand. Well, that's encouraging. I had no idea that that was the number. I spent a few minutes engaging someone on X. Was a waste of my time. I should have known it. Didn't take them long to devolve into name calling accusations. Specifically, I'm just mean and hateful, which that's the way you want to debate. Tell somebody they're just mean and hateful, and judgmental. Like, no, I was just pointing out the fact that if you get 80 years on this earth, and let's just say 40 or 50 years as an adult where you're free to work, chase whatever enterprise you want, that if you can't accumulate enough to make a comfortable life for yourself in those 50 years, then that's on you. That's a personal failure. She kept insisting that it wasn't a personal failure. It was just, again, the whole system was stacked against them. I'm like, you got to stop it. America is the land of opportunity unlike any other. You get, if you're, relatively healthy and have at least a basic education, which most people are afforded that, despite the fact that we have a bad educational system. Most folks, if they're willing to learn, they can read and write. And if you can read and write and you can navigate the American landscape, it is replete with opportunities, whether it's employment or for you to be self-employed. But it's just the silliest thing to me for someone to say, yeah, they spent their entire life in America and now they're elderly and they have nothing to show for it, but it's not their fault. Okay. Good luck with that then.
Oh, Barrett, how are you?
Doing all right. How are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm doing good. But, just want to say, did anybody watch Tony DiNario's video? Did you watch Tony DiNario's video? He uploaded something, and he was showing Casey Shaw's picture on the video.
No, listen, now you may not be aware of this, but I find Tony DiNario repugnant. I find him the most disgusting individual, one of the most disgusting people I've ever had to encountered in my life. And I'll save you all the reasons why. It's just my personal opinion. And so I avoid everything he does. I don't read anything he writes. I try to even refrain talking about him.
Yeah. I avoid it too, but I just checked it today, so I've seen that.
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this, man. You know that guy? He's weird. He actually took a picture of KC in a AMC theater from across the room. Now, of KC. KC was facing his wife. Most of us are familiar with Melissa and who she is. KC and Melissa was at the theater. This fucking weirdo, and it's almost like stalker shit, took a picture of him, put it on his website, and then made some sort of declaration that KC was refusing to engage him or talk to him in person. Like somehow or another that KC was obligated to cross the room and, I don't know, shake this fucking guy's hand. It's all attention seeking. What's even stranger was KC, and I have no reason to doubt him because KC and I have had many disagreements on things from politics to investing, but I've never once doubted KC's credibility or honor. KC said he didn't even know the guy was there. He didn't even see him. But this dude is a weirdo, man. He's a fucking weirdo.
I think this time he's saying that this is regarding an MMNLTP stock. I think he didn't take out Casey's name, but he put his picture and saying that about shorts and everything. But I remember he never talked about anything like that. He was only talking about AMC.
Yeah. Well, at any rate, just understand that he is this guy was a self-professed, you don't take my word for it. He's a self-professed. He dreamed of being an actor. He wanted to be an actor. He wanted to be a famous celebrity. Then he tried to pose himself as an internet personality. He made several attempts at that. He's one of those guys that he's always been looking for some sort of celebrity. He's got some of that pay attention to me shit. He wanted to have a gardening and self-help channel. Then it went to, fancied himself a real estate guru. He's willing to give people advice on real estate and all that shit. And then recently it was all about AMC. And then he did some particularly nasty shit. I'll just tell you what he was doing. He was telling people live on camera to buy and hold while he was selling. Not just selling, but he was bragging about how he was selling. And if you paid the $5 to get behind his paywall, you would have known you were in on his secret handshake club. It was just nasty, nasty shit. He was drunk when he did a whole bunch of it, which that's another thing. I'm not immune to being drunk. I'm an old-fashioned alcoholic myself. But he got blown out drunk on the internet and embarrassed himself. He had to go back and scrub the internet. He went back and erased all of that because people were just torching him for it. So that's all I have to say about this guy. I wouldn't lose too much fucking sleep over him. You know, that's not even his name. I hope you know that. Tony Dinero, I think, is Italian for money. So it's even that is fake. Everything about this guy is deception, all the way down to his name. You know.
No, I know about. I even remember when he put that picture. We had a discussion in the Discord
you remember that?
about how.
Was you there? Yeah,
Yes,
good,
yes,
good.
I was there. I was there in the discussions and everything, and without.
Yeah, good. Good.
Yeah, I remember what exactly you said in that particular discussion too. Yes.
Yeah.
No, but I just wanted to bring it to the attention to the people.
Yeah, and that's why I appreciate that. It's interesting. It's interesting. I appreciate you telling us about it. I don't want you to feel like I'm beating up on you in any way. I can't tell you the level of disgust I feel for that guy. He's another example of somebody in real life. He wouldn't even be accepted in certain social circles. He wouldn't be allowed to stand. If my friends and I were standing around a fire pit or standing around a dinner table, he wouldn't even be allowed to join the group, much less talk. He's just a bad egg all the way around, and can't be more clear than that.
I used to come into the back of these Discords long time back, pilot, but now lately I'm not able to join. I wanted to just because I do respect you a lot, so I'm just sharing my personal. Information.
Oh, no problem, man. I know you've been here for a long time, and we value your participation. We look forward to hearing from you. So don't misunderstand my brevity.
You know, I went to India. I said I hope you remember. I said I was traveling and I traveled to India. It was just 10 days trip to India, but then I ended up staying there for 8 weeks.
Yep, it happens.
So what happened was I went there. I was getting all these gastric attacks. So I thought, why don't I just go and get a checkup in India? And when I went there, they said it is not the gastric attack. It is your heart. You're having a heart attacks. And I had 2 stunts in my heart.
Well, I hope they fixed everything for you.
Yes. So that is the reason I was not able to join any Discords or anything. So I was there in India for 6 to 8 weeks, and then I just came back, and I just went to the cardiologist today for a checkup. So he said every 6 months I have to see him.
Well, never feel like you need to make an excuse for an absence here. A lot of folks come and go. Real life comes first. This is all just entertainment and foolishness here. So don't ever feel like you need to make an excuse or apologies. But I'm glad to hear that you're doing better.
No, I'm not, because the only thing I feel is I just wanted to let you know. That's it, because I really, I had a lot of respect to you. That is the reason I'm just telling you all these things. Otherwise, I
Oh,
would
thank you.
not.
That's very kind of you. I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
And that is also the reason I just bought the Tony Denario information, because I know we all love Casey, but this guy just put Casey Shaw's picture in the YouTube channel. That's why I just wanted to bring it up.
Yeah. A great deal of what he's doing is just to try to draw attention to himself. He has
No,
a weird fixation on KC. I'm not going to say I'd be too concerned about it, but I would just be aware of it if I was KC. I mean, this guy's, like I said, he's just a little too obsessed with KC. It borders on I don't know. Yeah,
maybe he's jealous of Casey's following and the
I'm
love
sure
towards
that's probably the biggest part of it. That's probably the bigger part of it right there.
he might be thinking, how the hell this guy has got so many true followers than me.
Yeah, yeah. It's probably a bitter pill for him because I told you it's obvious that his desires are to be some sort of celebrity or be famous, and it, for obvious reasons, it continues to elude him. Then you consider that KC exploded in popularity and had a very dedicated group of people who enjoyed his content, and I can imagine how that would grate upon his nerves. So that might explain why he's so fixated on KC, especially in light of the fact that KC never had any desire to achieve any sort of celebrity. He really just wanted to document all of the details of all of this for historical purposes, and he went to great lengths to and he didn't just say that, he actually went about it. I mean, he tolerated our foolishness, our fart jokes, all that stuff, but what was most important to KC was the numbers, to document the daily occurrences and create a permanent record of all that. And then as a result, he became, I guess, sort of a celebrity himself. So I'm certain that you're right, that a lot of that is founded in jealousy. Yeah.
Yeah, it could be. Yes, it could be the one of the reasons, which he's not openly admitting it. But
yeah. But guys like him are never going to have anything. He's never going to be anything other than mediocre. He doesn't have what it takes. He doesn't have the integrity, the sense of honor, all the things that are a prerequisite for achieving anything other than mediocrity. He doesn't have them. So he'll no matter how much he wants it, he'll probably never achieve his dreams because he engages in too much self-harm.
how are your boys doing, Pirate? How is his lesson?
Absolutely fine. Thank you for asking. My oldest just landed. He went to Daytona Beach to take a specific class. They have a type of airplane, it's called a tail dragger, where it does what the name implies. The two landing gears underneath the wings are there, but instead of it having a nose wheel, it has one on the back. So there's a specific way they land and take off, and they use those for some specific task, and he wanted to get qualified. So we were excited to see him. He traveled down there. He spent a couple of days with his girlfriend, and she's a pilot as well. So they did the ground
nice.
school. Did the ground school yesterday. They did the flying portion today. He said it was incredibly entertaining, and he said there was a good value to it too. For the money he paid, he seemed to think he got a lot out of it. So he's doing well. And then the other one's still in college here locally. But thank you for asking. They're both doing very well.
Okay, good. And how is Mrs. Pirate doing? Because after that accident, is everything she back to recovery normal?
Doing very well. She's doing very well. She's still got some therapy and some issues with her back, and the medical professionals are helping her with that. She's in a good place mentally because we have a new pool being installed as a result of a storm damaged our old pool, and we came out of it smelling like a rose because we really needed to replace it anyhow. So it fell to our insurance company to foot the biggest part of the bill as opposed to us. And I have no love for insurance companies, but she's in a good place mentally because she's getting a new, bigger, better, nicer swimming pool, and she's pleased with that.
All right, that's good to hear.
The Donkey Kong says, why does he pretend to be a straight guy? I think he's talking about Tony De Niro. Everything about him, Donkey Kong, was pretend. I mean, he was the guy that, he made a big deal about wearing a cowboy hat live on the stream and all that shit. And I got no problem with people wearing cowboy hats. It's a wonderful fashion statement to make. But where I come up, we had a saying. It was called all hat and no cattle. And those were guys who pretended to be. It wasn't just they weren't just wearing the cowboy hat as a fashion accessory. They were trying to portray themselves as being some kind of a tough, hard cowboy. And I promise you, Tony De Niro doesn't know which end of a cow comes up off the ground first when she stands up. But that sort of theater rubbed on me the wrong way. Simultaneously, he was the kind of guy who would very purposefully display an AR-15 in the background, right next to him. He made sure that it was right in the screen so he could see. It was all meant to display himself, portray himself as a tough guy. And the guys that I worked with, they would take that AR-15 and wrap it around his neck or shove it up his ass, and he'd look like a popsicle. I mean, it's another example of that. It's all pretend for some of these people. They're trying to project an image of themselves, and unfortunately, the harder they try, the more they reveal that they're not even close to what they're trying to pretend to be. And then those sort of activities that he engaged in, along with the other things that I mentioned before, just added to my, I guess there's no way of nice saying it. It's just like a visceral hatred of the guy. Yeah, calm, insecurity. That's exactly what it is. I have no way of proving it, but it was along my theory, and I still remain convinced that he lurked on KC's channel on a regular basis. I would bet Camelot. I'd bet my home, my castle on it. He never had the balls to come in under his own name, identify himself as who he was, and participate, even if he just listened. So, but I'm like I said, I'm convinced. I have no way of proving it. It's just my personal belief that he was a lurker all the time. And then
you might be there even in the Discord too.
From time to time, he would plagiarize KC's material. He would take things that KC posited, or theories that he brought forth, or things that he had identified that were KC's work and his alone. And magically, that shit would be regurgitated on the Tony De Niro fucking magic get rich quick channel. And that's the kind of shit that just sets me on fire. But yeah, he was. I thought it was completely in keeping with how a coward goes about things. Very rarely. In 4 years, I can count on one hand how many times I've been on other channels. I might have been on Boss Blunts twice. But it never dawned on me to go over there and hide under a pseudonym or a fake name or create a new profile. No, it was just pirate. And the same pirate is here everywhere else. Now, I don't go by my Christian name because I have no desire to. I understand that there's some inherent dangers with doxing, and I don't need weirdos showing up at my house. I mean, the last thing I need to do is have to clean a bunch of blood off my driveway. I don't have time for that. So I don't need to encourage people, you know, to know exactly my legal name and my address and all that. But I haven't really gone out of my way to hide who I am or where I'm at. Anybody who's listened for more than a day could probably find me very quickly. But yeah, that guy said I could spend the rest of the day talking shit about him. That's how much that's how disgusting I find him.
He might have been there in the Discord too, Pirate.
Oh yeah, I'm certain of it. Certain that at one point in time he had an invite to the Discord, and I think him and some of his other, you know, his group, his little friends or his circle of friends, I think they were there. In fact, there was a couple times where there was a lot of nastiness, or I guess you call them attacks or what have you, attempts to create a negative vibe in the Discord. And I'm almost certain that those guys were all involved in it. I used to know all their names. I've kind of forgotten most of them by now, but yeah, it was a long time ago. Yeah, GrayLeaf, that's just my way of trying to make you laugh, but I think my point is well made. Even though I don't go by my Christian name, or I don't, you know, provide my address and zip code as part of my bio, I'm not hard to find. Between all the conversations we've had over 4 years, the general population knows who I am and where I'm at. All I would caution is that anybody who felt like the need to just show up unannounced at my home, and specifically if it was to do harm or be up to no good, they might want to really think long and hard about that. Like I've said many times, I'm not an internet tough guy, but I'll just say this: there are people in this world you fuck with, and there's men that you just leave alone. And I'll let everyone has to decide for themselves, you know, what category people fall into. Wife is not as bold as I am. She's real big on operational security. In the military, we call it OPSEC or COMSEC, communication security. There's no need to reveal any more about yourself or your location than is necessary. There's nothing to be gained from it and all that, and you're just exposing yourself unnecessarily to potential risk. But I'm a little different. She's a woman. That's her role. She's the queen of the castle. I'm the king. I have a different attitude. And mine's been not too different than all the other men on here, Dynamite and Tech and .com, everyone. If you come to any of their castles, or if you come to mine, you better come correct. It's never going to be an issue for me. I try to remind Mrs. Pirate, most of the people who engage in that sort of stuff, there's the predator type people, they look for the weak. Their very nature, they're not after. They don't go after someone who's well equipped to defend themselves or repel any sort of nefarious activities. They're the ones that prey on the elderly or women or feeble children or people who aren't necessarily the most intelligent. And then hand in hand with that, it happens in the geographic locations where that happens. So that's why you'll see, that's why they burned down Portland, Oregon. I promise you, they're not going to burn down Destin, Florida. It's just the way it works. So unfortunately, I understand where Mrs. Pirate comes from with her concerns, and she has her. It's a well-made point, but I view things a little differently. Yeah, Mike says they don't want to fight. No, they just want to brutalize somebody or take advantage of a situation where they feel relatively certain that they'll have no repercussions to them. You see it all the time. It's not any different than your run-of-the-mill garden variety bully in a classroom or a playground. They never pick someone who's equally matched to engage in the battle. They're always going to try to select someone that in their mind, they're relatively certain that they can dominate. so that they don't have any risk in it. That's why it's always particularly gratifying on YouTube or the internet when you'll see a video where they do a miscalculation for whatever reason. They just picked the wrong guy. And I would be lying to you if I told you I didn't enjoy those things. I watch them a lot because I love to see people get their comeuppance when it's to get their due when the time is right. Westy says there's two types of people. Those who say, I editorialized that a little bit, I added in, I wish they didn't, and those who say, I wish they would. Precisely, Swifty. Yeah. I love those memes where they talk shit about like they're going to invade, especially the ones that talk about having like a civil war in the United States where the liberal left, the purple haired, the ones with the nose rings and all that shit, that they're going to rise up in a violent revolt against the conservative right, the Republicans, the gun owners, the 2A advocates. I'm thinking, like, you realize these are people who shoot guns on the weekend as a hobby. You know, it's like tempting them with Christmas to some extent. That's all just blather. It's important to remember that 99% of the time, it's all just blather. I made fun of somebody last night, Dynamite. There was some young twat, some young girl she was going on and on about it's go time. She kept repeating, it's go time, go, 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 snapping her fingers. Let's all rise up and let's get after them. It's time to go kinetic. She didn't say kinetic. That's my word. And I thought to myself, girl, you even know what you're talking about. It's like, I made a joke and said, why don't we just pick a athletic stadium, some sort of an arena, or just a random field, and agree on a place and a time. It all can be voluntary. I mean, everybody can just show up and just wear a t-shirt, either a red t-shirt or blue. We'll agree no weapons. It's just bare hands. If they're so eager to get into all this, let's just fight and assassinate. I'm like, well, let's do it then. And let's then finally put it to rest. I'm tired of all. But again, if you boil it down to what it really is, it's just some lonely girl with an empty life, and she's looking to interact with somebody. So she's spouting that nonsense, in hopes that someone will just pay attention to her for a little while. Yeah, Dynamite, I even said that. It's funny that you said that, Simple Minds Think Alike. I said make it a pay-per-view event, and we can agree beforehand that all the proceeds go towards the national. Stop talking about it. Stop running your mouth and suit up. When and where? Just tell me when and where, because I'm tired of hearing the chin music. They don't. Big talkers. As much as we joke about it, Dynamite, I have long had a latent fear that both of my sons would see a side of me that I have managed for these 23 years that they have been around, to hide from them. They have never seen that side of their father, and I don't want them to. It's a topic that we don't have the time for tonight, and it's too long, too dark to get into. But I think you see where I'm going with this. From the time they were born and they were little boys on my knee, or I rode them on my shoulders, and now as young men, and all the way through their adolescent, and now they're young men out trying to get ready to start making their way in the world. There were a few times, maybe two, that I came incredibly close And were it not for the fact that they were actually there at the time, that might have been the linchpin that kept something really bad from happening on a couple of occasions. But for many of reasons too numerous for me to go into right now, I never wanted them to see the capacity that I had for violence towards another man. I just didn't see the benefit of that. It's interesting though, Mike, I think they figured it out. They're both smart young men, as I'm sure you're aware of. And even though they didn't get to witness firsthand, something tells me that they know. Donkey Kong said his two sons have seen it with him. Yep, exactly. Yep. Listen, Kong, I'll share something with you in intimacy to help our friendship grow. For me, a lot of it was fear-based. And let me tell you what I mean by that. I was afraid, Kong, that despite my appearances of being a control freak and always wanting to be in charge and the master of my universe, I've always had this fear that I would lose control. And by that I mean, I guess, kill somebody. To become so blind with rage, and then and go down a path that there's no coming back from, and then that brief moment ruin not just my own life, but that of my two boys and Mrs. Pirates, obviously. So that, I guess, in some small way, there's a little bit of coward in me, if you would call it that. I guess that's not a good choice of word. Fear that I could, you can't unring the bell again. So for that reason alone, I've tried to refrain, at least after they were born and came into my life. I've tried to refrain from the use of physical violence to resolve conflict. Nana, I'm not trying to portray myself as some tough guy. Believe me, I hope you don't think that that's what this conversation's about. I'm just sharing with you here, and that's a nice thing to say, but don't for a moment think that I'm not just trying to portray myself as some tough guy or some hard ass. The truth be known, I think every man walking has has the capacity to do incredible violence on others. It's just about what catalyzes that, what triggers that, and it's different for each man, I think. Donna Mike said, yeah, it's hard to shut that shit down sometimes. Hey, precisely, Mike. Donkey Kong says, I swear on my mother in heaven, I was just going to talk to the man, but he left me no choice. Yep, exactly. And then sometimes that's what happens. You find yourself in a position where it's like your course is set. Part of it for me is a selfish act, Tom. I enjoy a really fucking cool lifestyle because I played by the rules and I did the right things, and now I'm living that life. And I don't want a disruption for that. I don't want to be dragged into court. I don't want to have to defend myself. I don't want to have to do depositions. I don't want to have to hire lawyers. I'd rather buy a new Harley Davidson than have to hire an attorney. So all of those things come into play. What's up, Captain Hayden? He has his microphone muted. He must be on the telephone. Mike said that's all it takes to split second decisions. Exactly, Mike. And I was aware of that. That wasn't a mystery to me. I knew under no uncertain terms how accurate, how truthful that is. That all it takes, a decision that you make in a moment of anger or blind, white hot rage can change the trajectory of your life forever. You know, even if you're lucky enough that for whatever reason you're righteous and you're well within your legal rights and all of those things, at a minimum, it can disrupt your quality of life for a long time. In some cases, maybe many years. And preservation of that, I try to avoid putting myself in those situations.
All right, Pirate, I have to drop off. Nice talking to you again after a long time. So we'll try to catch up sometime later again.
Well, I'm glad things are looking up for you, and we're glad you're back. Thanks for spending time with us.
Yeah, thank you, Pirate.
I show up and everybody's leaving. My word.
He's been here for a while now.
I know. That's why I took it as
he did say that he's just returned from a long trip to India, and I guess he had 4 stents put in his heart. He thought he was having acid indigestion. He was having fucking heart attacks, but he's back. And he used to hang out with us all the time. And I wondered where he's been, but yeah, he's a good dude.
4 stents will slow you down a little bit.
Or speed you up. I had a friend of mine, my buddy I grew up with in high school, one of my closest friends, and he was always just a working machine, just the very definition of a workaholic. He was only happy if he was working, and he said he started having pains in his chest, and it felt like somebody was putting a cigarette out on his chest, pinching him with a needle. I was like, dude, I think you're having a fucking heart attack. So he went in, and sure enough, they said, yeah, he had blockages. So they put those little stents in, and the way I understand them, they're just like it just opens up the pathway to your heart and allows the blood to flow better. But he said the day he came home with them, he felt like he was 20 years younger. He said he's able to push his push mower with the double step, quick time again, instead of just stumbling along with it. Everything. Yeah, he couldn't say enough good things about it.
Well, I went and I'm doing another filing for my disability, which we talked about before. Yes, I am a welfare person. Took my hearing test. I know this is going to sound crazy. My hearing sucks.
Yeah, that's usually a given. That'll get you 10%. That'll get you 10% right there from the VA.
Well, that's all I've got right now is 10. And this guy's like, nah, dude, your hearing sucks so bad it should be 30.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that they give you. I know there's some websites you can go to, and there's a lot of information available from veterans who are willing to share what pays what and how much and all that stuff, sort of thing.
But like I said, I am now a welfare agent, trying to get something from the man. But what I'm really trying to get is in-state tuition.
Yeah, you shared that with us once before. Well, I hope it works for you.
Yeah, I do too. We'll see. Otherwise, we're going to have some serious MOAS. And Mr. Hayden is running his first open event since his hamstring strain. So we got our fingers crossed this afternoon.
It should be healed up. That's been the better part of 6 months ago.
Yep, and I've done everything I can to get it in his head that you're good. Quit thinking it's just because there's a small twinge that all of a sudden you're on the borderline of losing your leg. I said, everyone's got a nick here, a bump there. Nobody's ever perfect. So we'll see what he does. I'm hoping it's positive. I showed a couple people the videos of the last 4x100 relay ran. And this kid that's working in my house right now doing some plumbing, he goes, damn, he looked back twice. That's serious disrespect. I went, well, you didn't hear what I said, you didn't hear what they said to him before the race. I had some parents say that to me too. They're like, man, why do you look back at him twice? I said, they shouldn't have jaw-jacked with him before the race. So that's never going to get you any bonus points, especially when you get your ass kicked. Yeah, his new strength and conditioning coach is really having an effect on him.
That's good.
Literally changed the way he runs, as in what part of his foot hits and where his legs are going. He's got him doing all sorts of quick rubber band exercises just to focus, to get it in his muscle memory of, no, your leg doesn't go this way. It's got to go this way first.
See you later, Donkey Kong. Come back when you can.
God dang. Am I driving everybody out?
Well, you might want to invest in some mouthwash. Consider brushing your teeth once a month or something.
I'm floss.
Stank breath. You got
A
that
floss.
stank breath, man.
Yeah, I flossed like a week ago. So how can the market tumble like, I can't remember how many trillion on Monday, and now it's just roses and daffodils?
I don't know that anybody is proclaiming it to be roses and daffodils. The mainstream media, the only one I watch is CNBC. The closest they've come to cheerleading is asking, is it time to buy or not? And so they're doing the stereotypical riding of the fence.
I'm looking right now, and the Dow, it's minus 70. NASDAQ's up, and up is obviously a loose figure when you think of what happened for the past week. As they say, zoom out.
We had a little bit of swimming pool drama. I didn't share it with the rest of the class, but since you're here, I'll throw it out there. We'd spent thousands of dollars to have the stucco. I think you remember I shared the pictures of all the scaffolding. We had all the stucco redone on the house, the water side and the western side.
Yeah.
Looking beautiful. Mrs. Pirate wanted that done before the pool was done, so that they didn't have to drop stucco on her new pool and decking and all that. So it was good time. It was good time scheduling.
Yeah.
But these guys, we had a box right next to our pool mounted. It's an electrical box conduit that comes up out of the ground, and then a box about breast height, maybe eye height. And it was where the connections were made for the swimming pool light. And I told those guys when they first come in here, I said, listen, I know that your package price includes everything being new. I'm going to go ahead and tell you, just use this old electric junction box. It's perfectly serviceable. It doesn't leak. It's conduit. You can snatch the old wires out, put yours in. It's just a place for them to connect two wires anyhow. I'll be goddamn, man. I went out there and looked. Not only did they not use the old box, they screwed and I give it credit. They used a brand new junction box, a new conduit. They screwed all that shit to my brand new stucco 6 inches away from where the old one was. And then they ripped all the old shit down and threw it in the trash. So now what we have is the shadow there, because that old box was part of the original construction of the house. It never had any stucco under it or around it. Right. So now I have the shadow there. And if you know anything about stucco, you can't just patch a spot like that. It'll always just look like a patch. you have to stucco the entire area, much like you would if you're painting a wall. When you paint a wall, you can't just paint the middle of the room. You got to go from one end to the other, or it looks like what it was. Fucking called him out on it. I'm like, look, dude. And what really troubles me about this, JJ, is it would be different if they were just left to decide on their own and I wasn't here. But I specifically went out of my way to say, listen, just use this right now. Just use this here, you know. And so I was a little pissed over that. Brought it to the full attention, guys' attention. He's like, well, we'll see if we can't do something about it. I'm like, well, you have to do something because this wasn't an accident. You literally did the exact opposite of what I demanded. I'm the fucking guy paying. I'm the guy with the golden rules. I have the gold. I specifically said do A, B, and C. And to his defense, he was like, well, they called us up and said they just wanted to put a new box in. He said, I assumed the guy meant he was going to take the old one down and put the new one in its place, which that would have worked, Captain, if they'd have ripped the old one down, put their new shit in and put it right back over where it has an absence of stucco. You'd never know. But I don't fucking know. I don't know if they got a stucco guy in their pocket and they thought this would be an upcharge for him or whatever. But so, yeah, Dynamite, the stucco fuckers, they're back.
You know,
they're gonna have to come back.
And you saying that, once again, I don't consider myself a brainiac. Definitely not if you ever saw my SAT score. And I've never been the top of my class in anything. But there's one thing I do know. If you see something that doesn't look right, how can you walk away from it? Like, if that box is there, right? And you go, sure, I could mount this box right in the same spot, and there won't be a shadow. I mean, doesn't that just make sense to anybody? You know what I mean? How do you not see that?
It almost looks intentional. I'm like, dude, if you were trying to make this look any more, you couldn't make it look any more fucked up if you'd tried to.
Yeah. You know, we're having the master bathroom is started almost to the home stretch now. And Dara's okay, you know, every nick, this and that. I go, you know, nothing's perfect. And she's looking for anything to be wrong. Hence, why she's always got freaking stomach problems, probably.
Yeah, you can't let perfect get in the way of good. You'll never be happy with anything.
Yeah. And she's like, well, I'm not going to accept garbage. No, you're not. But so the bathtub's been sitting in the master bedroom, waiting to be installed from the last group to this group, you know, the first group that I fired and then this group. And something leaned on it, and Mark, she goes, see, it's scratched. And I'm like, it's not scratched. Yes, it is. So I got a white terry cloth towel. You know, I buy those ones from Costco. Wetted it, rubbed it, and I could see it come out a little bit. Because it's a scratch. That's why it's not coming out. I said, no, it's not a scratch. It's a mar.
Right.
Well, you got to call them. It's going to be a brand new bathtub. I said, no, it ain't going to be a brand new bathtub. No. Well, these bathtubs, the bathtub we got, and what would you buff it with, Pirate? What would you use? It's a white bathtub, by the way.
Probably start out with just a cotton cloth that had a heavy nap to it and see if I could just rub it real fast.
Check out what I use.
I wouldn't immediately go to any sort of like heavy grit or anything. You start out with the softest material you can, and then you incrementally step up till you find something that will, on a micro level, pull that mar off without impacting the finish of the tub. Yep.
And I didn't have any baby powder, so I went into my shaving kit, made sure there was no coloration stuff, got out my toothpaste, put it on the terry cloth, rubbed it right out.
There you go. Yep.
All done. Just like that. I remember that from when I used to wax airplanes. If there was anything on the interior, on the white interiors, you just got baby powder, put it on your cloth, rubbed it, and it took out any stains that the people put on there. But yeah, how could a guy walk away? How could a guy pull the box off and not go, I'm going to put the box right here and cover this up, and it'll be good?
It's even worse than that. The new box, the first box that they put on was like a 4-inch by 4-inch PVC box, like you'd see anywhere. the new one that they replaced it with was like a 5x5 or some oddball, maybe even as much as 6x6. So they even had a bigger box. So it would have been so easy to pull the old one down and just say, well, look, this looks like fuck, but if I put this new one right over this spot, nobody will ever see it.
Nope, just like that. And because it's hard conduit, they can't just move the conduit, right? Because then it would have a big elbow.
No,
they can't do that, right?
They put all new conduit in as well. It was a box with 2 pieces of conduit coming from the ground up. They snatched the box and the conduit down. So not only do you have the absence of stucco where the box was, you've got 2 lines that run down all the way down to ground level, where there's no stucco there as well. It defies explanation, man. It really does. I don't know.
They were working downstairs. I bought Dara a big stove, not for a gift, just bought her one because she's always cooking. And it was one of those big 6-burner stoves, you know. And I've had that thing rebuilt 3 times, the guts of it. And those things are heavier than hell. And finally, Best Buy. Shout out to Best Buy, you guys suck. We picked a different stove because we were tired of trying to have this thing redone. So why don't we just get another brand? We picked out another brand. The burners are actually supposed to be better, and I have to give it to them. They are. So they went to install it, and as they pushed it back, the guy goes, "Hey, you'll need a piece of wood on the back corner." And they'd already moved the stove. I went, "Oh, okay, sure." And I didn't see him do it. The previous people, apparently something had happened on the back, so they cut out a part of the hardwood, which was tongue and groove, and put a piece of plywood. And of course, that plywood, they didn't do anything for shit. They probably stapled it with a paper stapler. Well, the stove got there and freaking knocked it out. So these guys, instead of saying, "Hey, we need to fix this before we do the stove," they just put the stove right over the same piece of defective wood and left it.
Yeah.
And ran out of the house.
They're not. It's all about time. They're eager to be on their way.
I don't get it.
Well, there's no attention to detail or quality. It's all about everybody wants cheapest. They want everybody to have the cheapest bid, to be the lowest price. And for that, you get people that are hurried. Tom says, will the color of the pool be like Caribbean blue or black in honor of the dark pool where they park our orders? That's funny, Tom. Well, I told the missus, I said, listen, on a job of this scope, this size, if that's the only thing that goes wrong, then we'll consider it a huge win.
It probably wouldn't work on the, I mean, does stucco come in colors, or do you paint stucco?
No, it comes in colors. When they do what's called, when they spin it up or mix it, if you will, you take them a sample. Like my stucco guy cuts a piece of, trying to find some little place where he won't be missed, or particularly where he's working. He'll cut out like a 2-inch by 2-inch square with a cutter, and then he'll carry that in, and they'll use that as a color sample, and he'll say match this, and then they will mix up the concrete with the aggregate in it, the sand, if you will, and then the polymers, and then they'll add the pigment of whatever color you want. So when it comes in 5-gallon buckets, all you have to do is mix it thoroughly, and you're ready to go.
So if you were to paint it, it would have a completely different sheen than the other stucco, then, wouldn't it?
You can paint it, and then you can paint it as well. Like for instance, we're getting ready to pull up this tile, and the tile that we have, the new cobblestones going in are going to go in at a lower elevation, so it's going to reveal. You're going to see where my stucco stops right now. You're going to see some naked concrete, and we're not going to stucco that. We're just going to get down there and paint it all up. So yeah, you can buy the paint the same color, but it doesn't have the texture. It'd be like like going to a popcorn ceiling and just painting a spot. It'll always look like a pad.
And then it would look smoother too, because you won't see the grit of the stucco. You see the paint over stucco. Yeah.
And it'll have a divot, because stucco is like, I don't know, 3/4 of an inch thick.
I tell Dara, you keep seeing things. You go, does anyone else go through this? I'm like, yes, because
Everybody.
people suck so bad at doing work.
Yeah. If you find somebody to work for you on any project and they have a particular attention for detail, if they have a little touch of OCD in them where they need everything to be perfect, that's to your benefit because they're rare. Most of the time it's slam, bam, thank you, ma'am. The faster I get done, the faster I can get out of here.
It's exactly. The guy's doing our work right now. As I told Dara, I don't care what it costs. He's got like, I don't know, 6 or 7 crews. One guy only does drywall, sheetrock, and the putty. One guy only does paint. One guy, obviously plumber.
Right.
One guy only does the baseboard and trim installation, while the painter guy does the putting of the nail holes. Each guy has his own thing, and that's what they do. There's not one guy doing 4.
Specific skill sets, exactly. Yeah.
Yep. They do their skill set. Yep. And it melds into the next guy, so they know that they've got to do a good job because that guy's going to bitch at him if they don't do it right.
And also each craft knows what his responsibilities are. They know either A, it's my job, or it's not. They know exactly where the line is drawn.
Yeah. If I could have these guys work in every house that I'm in for the next 20 years, I could actually say I don't need to take my hammer out. Like the painter was showing me, I used some of that hybrid paint. They're supposed to go over latex or oil. Yes, to a point it does. He took out a brush and he showed me the hybrid paint. He goes, yeah, he goes, I could tell this where you tried to put the stuff on here. I said, oh, I'll tell you everywhere I put it on. I go, but I had to put it on thick. And he goes, and he put on a brush stroke of that hybrid paint. He goes, see how it doesn't grip? I said, yep. I said, that's why I had to do 2 coats. He goes, yeah. He goes, I'm just going to pop a little sandpaper and go right back to oil. He goes, it'll be a better sheen. It's going to hold, and you'll like it better. I said, I like it that you even knew the difference. I mean, right there just shows the guy knows paint. And I hate painting, but he knows paint. That's his skill set. Like, there's a reason I'm not a flight attendant. I don't have nice legs. I can't smile all day. And my finger gets numb opening up sodas. We have a specific skill set. There are people back there that can smile through anything. I am not one of them.
Yeah, unfortunately, when it comes to painting, people, the basics, if you start out with a door that time, probably chose a bad example because doors do come with a primer coat on them. But if you just have particular wood or something, you got to put a primer on it before you even go with your paint. Now they do sell paints now that have the primer and paints all in one, and I guess depending upon the application, you maybe could get away with using that shit. And then, like you said, there's a difference between latex and oil, and there's a difference between what kind of brushes and all that sort of thing. But yeah, if you want the finished product, there's many different ways the finished product can look, and a lot of times it's a reflection of how much time was spent on it and how high the demand for quality was by the end user.
Oh, this guy knows he's good. Sprayed the pocket doors. They look freaking beautiful. Yeah, when you see a guy that just knows what he's doing, I can't get enough of it. When I used to do floors, nobody had to tell me what it was supposed to look like. I knew what it was supposed to look like, and that's what I did. It's like you said with the stucco. All you had to do was put the box where it was. Why would you change it? What could possibly go through your head to tell you to change it? When I look at stuff like that, and I'll go, okay, look at the ground, look at the wall. What is it he saw that made him think that this needed to be changed? Because if you can't justify it to me, you're fucked up. If somebody could go, JJ, no, it has to go over here because of code. It's got to be this many feet away. I know there's that spot. Trust me, I know. I can see it myself. But it had to be moved because of this. And if that's the case, then you tell the person before you do it so that they know and they're not surprised.
See, the only thing I could do right now is go to this electrical supply house, buy the old style box and some pieces of pipe and screw them right back up where they were before. There won't be anything in them. It's an exercise in futility. It'll literally be empty. No one would know. They would go by there and it would just look like two electrical boxes that are mounted on the side of the house in the proper fashion. But it's ridiculous that I have to go to such great lengths to camouflage something that was unnecessary in the first place. The only thing I can think of was they must have put the new box in first and then for whatever reason decided they needed to tear the old one out. Why they didn't just walk away from it, I don't know, because on the other side of the house where all the engineering stuff is, all the utilities, the filters, the pumps and motors, when they hung the new circuit breaker panel in and the new computer for the salt water, they hung it next to the old stuff. Because I told them, I said, you can use this old box. The grounding bar in it is a little bit corroded, but it's like you won't have any problems getting it to ground. But feel free to use this. Circuit breakers are good in it. The panel's good. And because there's no need to replace it, whatever. And I'm not trying to save any money. I'm just saying there's no need to redo it. It's unnecessary. And on a $60,000 job, it's not going to move the needle any. But on that particular case, they went over there and I could hear them hammer drilling into that concrete wall. And then I went out there and looked and they put a new one in. And then he come up and told me, he's like, yeah, I didn't have confidence in your old box. He said, we went ahead and it's already in the budget. It was part of your price. We went ahead and put in a brand new circuit breaker panel and a brand new control box. But they did it all real nice. They lined it up on the same plane, same height, the distance from the ground up. It was all looked nice and symmetrical and it was there. And now I have the old box out there. And he's like, yeah, if you ever want to run maybe some courtesy lights or a light down to your boat dock, you'll have a place here that you can access stuff easily. So in that, he saw the benefit of not taking it down, even though he chose to disregard my instructions to use the old box for whatever reason. He did have the common sense to leave the old one there, but I don't know if that was before or after he shit the bed out front out here. But I'm like, but I found all the pieces busted up on the ground, and I was like, it looked like they took a sledgehammer to it to get it off the wall. I'm like,
well, if you get another new one and put it where the old one was, that'll at least be the same colors.
Yeah. It's a square D. You walk right into Home Depot, you go and you get, it's a junction box, 4-inch by 4-inch junction box. It's gray plastic. It has a rubber seal on it, 4 screws. And then you punch out one of the lugs in the bottom, stick a piece of PVC in it, a piece of 2-inch PVC, I think is what they were using, or 1.5 inches. Glue it in just like you would if you were going to run wire through it, and then screw it to the wall right where the old one was. And it'll just give the appearance that there's like 2 electric boxes there. That probably, and I'll be honest with you, I may end up doing that because no matter what they do to restucco to try to patch that, it's always going to look like a bucket of shit. Now, the only other thing they could do is restucco that entire portion of the house. But those are the pictures I showed you before. It's 24 feet tall and 30 feet long. So you got to pay a stucco crew to set up scaffolding and restucco all of that, so that you don't end up with this little patch job. So it appears that right now I'm going to be stuck with just a ridiculous, an extra box for no good reason, just so that it gives it's a camouflage, so that when people look at it, they don't go, "What the fuck happened here?" I don't know. These are one of the first world problems, though, man. So it's just something for conversation, but it ain't the end of the world. I'm too lazy to walk out there right now, although I got to go shortly and turn the sprinkler on. I have to water this concrete. They don't want this concrete to dry fast. I've been ordered, I need to water it, sprinkle it, if you will. They said spray it down with a light mist of water until the concrete changes colors once a day for the next week. Yesterday was day one.
I'm slightly embarrassed. I'm using Northern Tool as a rental company. I'll be right back.
Oh, he did take that. He said he bought a floor jack and now he's taking it back. What a loser.
Yes, I know I'm busted.
Man, that's such a loser move. Do you really expect me to believe that you'll never need a floor jack again in your life?
Not really? That one. I'll be back.
That's where my floor jack came from, I think. It's one of the old orange ones, orange with the white wheels. Well, I've had it for 20 years. It's served me well. The best jack I have is I have a 50-ton bottle jack I used to use on my dump trucks. And it is about the size of, if you buy coffee and you buy like a 1 pound thing of coffee, it's about that big, and it has a handle on it. And it has the old-fashioned jack where you can put the pipe in it and you do the Johnny Jack off, and the little plunger comes out of the top and jacks the truck up. But what makes this one cool is it has a little plug on it, QD fitting, where you can snap an air compressor line onto it. You squeeze the handle and the air pressure makes it go up. It's really cool. It'll pick up a triaxle dump truck with a load of dirt on it to change a tire. And it's been my go-to weapon for some time. Now, I kid you not, I think that came from Harbor Freight.
All right, Pirate, I have a perfectly good excuse.
If anybody's curious, I took a moment and stepped outside, took 3 quick pictures of what Captain Hayden and I were discussing, the failure of my electrician to use a little common sense. I put them in Papa Mac's Discord. I'll leave them up till you have a chance to look at them, and then I'll take them back down, as is my custom. I also put them in Pirates General Discord for those of you who may or may not have access to either one of those. But I don't know. If you're listening, JJ, I know you said you had to return your floor jack, but if you're listening, feel free to take a look at those. You'll see what I was talking about. The last picture, obviously, is the side of the house where they just left the old box and mounted the new one next to it, and I don't really have an issue with that. But yeah, you can see why I'm aggravated. I was going to turn the sprinkler on while I was out there and begin my daily watering of the pool. But Mrs. Pirate just sailed out of here like she was on fire, headed to Walmart. She's going to buy a proper lawn grass sprinkler. The one we borrowed from our neighbor. It's not much smaller than the diameter of, say, a Coca-Cola can. You screw it on the end of the hose and it just kind of spews up in a little fountain. And it works. It was better than me standing out there with a hose, but I had to remove it. I had to move it no fewer than 6 or 8 times in order to cover the entire pool, make sure everything was properly wetted. So she's going to invest a few dollars into a sure enough sprinkler that flops back and forth. So I will wait till she returns for that. Today went fast. Our hour is upon us. It seems like we just started the day. Funny how that happens sometimes. Well done, GrayLeaf. Mastered the art of being a pollster. Nicely done. All that remains is for you to gather the skills required to take pictures from the Discord that not everybody can access and show them on the screen. And your abilities will be complete. But I am very impressed. You've come a long way in a short period of time. Donkey Kong says, Pirate, I thought Beacon Hill kept it interesting yesterday. Well, I'm glad you were entertained, Kong. The days just seem to bleed one into another. I can't even remember what we were debating. I know it was something that was protracted for quite a while, but now I can't, it escapes me what we were even discussing. Glad to see you back, JJ. I took the time and effort to go out and take you a couple pictures of what we were talking about.
Oh, nice. Is it in general? Are you on the bubble?
The Discord general. It'll either be Papa Max general or my Pirate Born general, which I don't know which one of those you have access to.
I got them both.
The third picture, you might have to click on them to enlarge them because I might have got too close, but the third picture is of the one where I said he left the old fuse box and added the doing next to it. And although it's not optimum, I don't even have a problem with doing that. But whatever this guy was thinking when he did this is beyond me. But like I said, if that's the least of our challenges.
Oh, I got it. I see the new box. I see the one with oh fuck.
And that's fucking crazy, ain't it?
You're shitting me. You can't walk away from that.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know, man.
That's not.
Like I said, it would have been egregious enough if it would have just been the way it worked out. But you got to remember now, in my defense, I approached them initially and said, listen, we talked about this specific issue. I put my hand on it. I said, just use this old box. There's no need to install a new one. This is fine. It's just a housing for the wire to run into. And they just completely disregarded my instructions. He said it, he ran it past the general contractor, called him up and said, yeah, for whatever reason, we just want to put a new box in. And the pool guy was like, he took it to mean that he was going to take the old one out and put the new one in its place. He claims he had no idea that they were going to do this. But I just scratched my head. I don't want to think that somebody is intentionally trying to create work or projects. I don't want to be that guy. So I have to chalk it up to the dumbass factor. I need to believe that nobody's trying to work me to fluff the job up, that it's just literally, he's just that fucking, that he thought that was the best course of action to take.
I don't know enough about stucco, but they can't like sand the edge late because it's because the color's that day.
No. When you fill it with a hole, you'll always see the outline. There's no way to feather the edge in or any of that shit.
They didn't even put it the same height.
Like if I fix a dent in the door of your Corvette, I can't just fix the dent the size of a baseball. I have to fix the dent, make it the same as everything else, and then paint the entire door. Really, you should probably paint the whole side of the fucking car unless you're a badass. You can't just do a spot fix like that. The discerning eye will pick it out, especially from a distance. If you're down in the yard or get off a boat and walk up into the yard and look up, your eye will immediately go to that, what will appear to be a patch. So I'm left with, like I said, the path of least resistance will be to buy a cheap box and a piece of pipe and just screw it to the wall there, put a little caulk around it, make it look like there's something really important going on there when there's not. And that will be the easiest way to fix it, as opposed to insisting that they stucco the entire wall.
Well, just to full disclosure, I did talk to the girl yesterday and told her I'd like to buy the floor model because I'm probably going to have to lift something once. I'll bring it back and I'll buy you lunch. She said, deal.
Well, that was nice of you. You didn't have to do that, so at least you did keep some of your integrity intact if you were full.
Not that I didn't want a floor jack.
For that.
Yeah. I said, hey, I don't mean to use you as the U-Haul rental tool, but I am using you as the U-Haul rental tool. She goes, I'll leave the receipt out here. Expect to see you tomorrow.
I'm going to take my shot while you've opened up a flank here. It says something about you that you don't have a single friend in your orbit that you can just borrow a floor jack from. It really says a whole lot about your circle of friends, I can tell you that.
Oh, okay. Well, most of all,
wait a minute, let me finish my thought. I'll bet if you needed to borrow a scented candle, though, or a potpourri pot, you'd have no shortage of places to go, right?
Who borrows something like that?
Well, that's my point.
Is that something you just walk into a store at Publix and you just take off the metal cap and you buy it?
If I need to dumb this down for you, what I'm trying to imply is that you have a bunch of friends who don't have floor jacks, which would be a man's tool, but they have an abundance of potpourri pots and scented candles.
Most of my friends are not my neighbors. In fact, I would say all of my friends are not my neighbors. So if I needed,
you don't have a single friend that lives closer to you than the tool store, than Harbor Freight, that owns a floor jack.
No, they're all out of state.
Well, that's just gay.
Well, not gay. It means I've got some long-term friends. We move around.
Yeah, I get it.
I mean, if I needed a pin to remove the upper and lower pivots on a 223 or 556, I'd say every one of my friends could help me.
You got a lot of places you can reach out to. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah,
I get it.
But I have those tools. I'm the guy in my neighborhood where they walk in and go, hey, do you have a 13 millimeter, the small kind? And it's really hard to get to. And I go, oh, you mean you need an extension? How big an extension? And just so you don't drop that screw behind the fridge.
The jack that you used, did you back fire stove on it? Or did you just have to lift up on one corner or something?
I couldn't get it back there to begin with where it needed to be. So I took a 2x4 that I had in my garage, cut it down to about 4 feet, and we wedged it in the front and put 2 slippery pads under the front legs. And we didn't care about the scratches in the back, and then pulled it backwards.
Right.
and then put the 2x4 on the side, and a guy reached back and put it on the right side, did the left side, jacked it up, put it on the left side, and then pulled it out. And then instead of bridging this gap on the stove, this is where this guy had something above me. He goes, hey, they've got, in order to be flush with your cabinet or your whatever you call the countertop, he goes,
Countertop, yeah.
Yeah, he goes, why don't I just put a 2x4 all the way around 3 sides? That way I can lower the legs and the stove will be even more sturdy, because the legs extended all the way. Those things kind of wobble. He goes, if I lower it down, it'll be more steady. I go, beautiful. And that's what he did. And then the legs in the front actually came with 3-way metal sleeves that slide, so the 2x4 doesn't even show behind them.
Right.
So yeah, I showed him how we were working around the thing by lifting it up with the 2x4. He goes, oh, that was smart. And then he goes, I'm going to go you one better. I'm going to put 3 pieces of 2x4 and put the legs on. That way we'll lower the stove and it'll be more stable. I was like, there we go.
Yeah, there are guys who, there's like a whole career of guys that just move heavy shit. Like I have a friend who has a machine shop. He has like big Bridgeport mills, drill presses, lathes, all sorts of machines, CNCs, and some of that stuff weighs, multiple tons. And you have them inside of buildings, so it's not like you can just walk up with a giant forklift and pick it up. But there is a whole market for that. All they do 5 days a week is travel around places and move really heavy shit. They've got all sorts of little tricks and dollies and things that are set up on wheels. It may only be 4 inches by 4 inch, but it might have 4 of the biggest caster wheels you've ever seen in your life bolted to it, so it can hold 4 tons or something on 4 inches.
Probably like those guys that delivered my safe. It looked like one of those special need wheelchairs, but it was a forklift that picked up my safe, and I think my safe was, 1,800 pounds. Might have been a little bit more. And it picked that thing up and then angled it back, and it was on a remote control. And I think we talked about this before. And then to move a safe, all they use is those plastic sheets, those sliding sheets that are like 1/8 of an inch, and those synthetic dowels. They're just rolling that shit on those dowels.
The challenge is stairs. They have a refrigerator dolly that climbs stairs now. It
might have been this one.
It's electric. Yeah, I'm sure it was. And the same thing with those. And it goes. They back it up to a stair, and it uses a lever action, and it's like something out of a Michelangelo drawing, but it goes up one step at a time. Pretty cool to watch.
Yeah, they use it to bring it down my lawn through the backyard, and looking at the angle it was, I could see. Yeah, that could do of course. It probably would have fell through my staircase.
The biggest issue with the gun safes, and I've moved no less than 3 of them personally, and I can tell you is that they'll fuck the floors up. They'll bust tile. You take it like, you can fuck some flooring up real fast. So sometimes you got to consider that and either put down some sort of a plywood or something.
Yeah, I was shocked when they were just throwing those dowels.
If the tile is installed properly, you run less of a risk. But if there's a void, or when they put the thin set down for the tile and they maybe didn't butter both sides and they got like an air pocket or something, that all that weight being on that one spot, it'll punch right through that tile.
Yeah, I was lucky. It's just cement in the basement. Their biggest problem was they built a fireplace that was like, it gave the safe 3 inches extra, so they had to put the safe, they had to push it to the wall where the chimney comes out and then go 90 off into the door. Because they were like, oh, that's going to be easy. And they saw the door and went, oh, fuck. Yeah, but yeah, moving safes, I could see
my best safe story was we tore down it when I was a young guy, about 19 years old. I helped do the demolition on a bank. The gentleman that I worked for, when we tore the bank down, he took great pains to save the door off of the safe. It's like you can imagine a commercial bank safe door.
Oh yeah.
And we loaded that on a trailer and carried it home, and he was getting ready to build a house. And when he built the house, he had his concrete guys lay up a part of his basement, not the entire basement, but a substantial portion of it. Like 1/3 of his basement was poured in concrete as part of the basement foundation. And then he had them pour that door into it. And he had the ultimate walk-in safe. I mean, it was like what you'd have at a bank. It was pretty incredible.
That's a serious rebar to hold that thing on a hinge.
Yeah.
It would be neat to have a safe room like that where you just walk in.
Yeah, this thing was incredible. Yeah, Donkey Kong said they call those guys riggers. Yeah, that's what they call them down here as well.
Well, we leave for the track in about half an hour. I hope the rabbit is at his best.
Yeah, well, hopefully it'll be a confidence builder for him. He can give maximum effort, and even if he doesn't place well, it'll build his confidence knowing that his injury has healed up, and then he can move forward from that and build on that confidence.
Pirate, can't they just take that box off, get some longer conduit, and just put it where the other one is?
Well, it's too late. Now he's done drilled holes in the concrete or the gut stucco over there. So there'll be 4 holes.
I mean, it'd just be 4 little holes, right? I mean, you just put a little bit of stucco in there. It's just 4.
Yeah. If you look real closely at the pictures, they used part of the old conduit coming up. It looks like they went down in the ground and bent it over, moved it over, and then they used one of the old pieces of conduit and added 2 more to it. See, our house, that swimming pool has a light in it, obviously, and it's on a timer that's over where all the mechanical stuff is. So when the pump runs, or when nighttime comes, the light comes on and it goes off at daybreak. But we had no desire to have it on at that kind of a rate. It's just a waste of electricity. But whoever built this house had the foresight to put a switch on it for the original pool. So we have a switch in the kitchen. You can stand right there and look out the window at the pool.
Oh, nice.
Turn it on and off, and that's nice. And also, it has an added benefit if you've ever fucked around with any of that. Those LED lights now have like 30 different programs. You can red, white, and blue for the 4th of July, or romantic time could be lavender, or party time is the disco, all the colors flashing really fast. And the way you select those is you toggle through them. Every time you turn that light switch on and you turn it on, when it comes on its first time, it will come on to whatever the last setting was, right? Say red, white, and blue. But if you immediately go about turning it on and off again, that toggling motion cycles it through to the next program until eventually you'll run through all of them and come back to the beginning again. So there's an advantage to being able to turn it on and off while you can see it. And for that reason alone, I wanted to make sure that they used the old wiring. They didn't want them to go about adding all kinds of new stuff, because their plans just called for tying it into the timer over by the filter, and it just come on and off automatically. I'm like, no, that's not going to work, and it doesn't cost you any more to do it this way. So I had my way on that. I'll probably just go buy a box, and I've already thrown away all the old pipes, so there's no, if I'd have thought about it, I'd have snagged a piece of that, but it doesn't matter. That shit's cheap. I'll buy an 8-foot stick of gray PVC, and I will screw it right back to the wall there, and then I'll caulk around it and make it look just like you would if you were installing a box. And if nothing else, I'll do something fun with it. Maybe
Well,
I'll hide
that's what I was going to say. Why don't you?
hide a pint of tequila in it and a shot glass or something like that, and put a little thing on front that says "break" in case of emergency break or something like that.
Or you get some of those slinky, like those worms. You know, you open the box and the stuff pops out. Put a couple of those in there. Yeah, something to at least have fun with it.
I can always hang something over top of it. I could maybe get I think some replica fire alarms, like the old ones you used to see where you pull the handle down to set a fire alarm off. I guess I could
have
those there.
That'd be cool.
Or a phone. Maybe if I could find an antique phone replica.
Yeah,
like a call box, booth? Like they'd have in like downtown Boston or Cincinnati or something in the old days where they had these call boxes for the police.
Yeah.
I'll figure something out. Thanks. It ain't the end of the world. Good to see you, Muller. Thanks for joining us.
I got a punch too. I got to get everything ready for the golden child.
Right on. Well, best of luck, man. I hope he does well. If it was you, I wouldn't give two fucks. But since it's your son, I'll wish him well.
Yeah, you know, you can't choose your genes, right?
Yeah, women and children are off limits. I'll fuck with you all I want.
There we go.
I'll wish your wife and kids all the best. Yeah.
All right, man. I'll talk to y'all tomorrow.
We'll see you, brother.
That's it, fellas. Come on. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's cool. Super. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. What's that? The Topa?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to go to Costco to get the bigger bottles. The smaller ones, they cost too much for one. But the bigger ones at Costco, if you buy their 18-pack, it's like the 12-pack that you can get, except you get like 4 free ones.
Almost.
JJ, your mic is still hot, just so you know. I don't know if you can hear me. JJ, Captain Hayden, you got a hot mic. Say again, JJ, you got a hot mic. We can hear everything. You're still live, Hayden. I guess I could just boot him. There we go. Done deal. I forget sometimes I have the power of Gray Skull. Both my neighbors have borrowed any number of things. I've lost count of how many things I've loaned them, from dollies to move marine pilings to exotic tools. And I've never once had an occasion to borrow anything from either one of these two fucks. But for whatever reason, I think my sprinkler that I use when I install sod, you have to water new sod. I think I busted it, or it just finally took a shit. I threw it away and I hadn't replaced it. So I engaged both of them yesterday to see if I could borrow a sprinkler. Neither one of them. Well, that's not true. The one neighbor did produce the little bitty fuzzy pumper play school thing. But I can't. I said, neither one of you two sorry fucks have a lawn sprinkler. And I seen both of them dragging them around, but I guess when they installed their sod, they borrowed one as well. But, who knew that something as simple as basic as a little sprinkler to screw on the end of a hose would be such a rare item in my neighborhood? Speaking of which, you all excuse me, I'm going to step away from the mic for about 6 or 7 minutes. I'm going to go make preparations for Mrs. Pirate's arrival at any moment with the new sprinkler. I will be stretching some hoses out. Won't take me long. I'll be right back. I didn't make it back for power hour. Went outside to stretch a hose out there to pump some of that excessive water out in preparation for Mrs. Pirate to come home with a sprinkler. And the pool guy showed up unexpectedly, said they finished earlier on another job and they have a few hours left. I think those guys work 12 hours a day, 7 to 7. Said they want to come over here and wreck the forms and start doing some shoveling. And I said, hey man, absolutely. So I got sidetracked a little bit. It doesn't appear that I missed too much. Closing below 3. Couldn't find, I spent 40 minutes looking for a little pump that we've been using around here. Mr. Pirate pulled in from Walmart and I said, you know where the pump's at? And she's like, I put it back on the shelf where it belongs. And the pool guy thought that was really funny. I got shit scattered into the, looked like a tornado hit my garage. And like a good girl, she actually put something back where it goes. And that was the one place I didn't look for it. He thought that was kind of humorous. I had my choice of red beans and rice or meatloaf for supper. In case you're curious, I chose meatloaf. Got that to look forward to. Yeah, GrayLeaf, I'm stomping around the garage. We have a 2.5 car garage. It's pretty big and there's shit everywhere. And I'm looking in wheelbarrows and piles of tools and workbench and drill press. I looked in the bucket of tools that was outside that we've been using lately and all around the back porch and the side. I even at one point in time, it found a home inside of a planter pot. Just wound up with some electric cords and some hoses where it was ready for use. But so we've since moved all the planter pots and for the construction. So I looked everywhere. I mean, except for the place I should have went immediately was on the shelf. I am the proud owner of a new Walmart lawn sprinkler for $6. Probably use it one time and never get. Well, I can't say that. We're always doing a little touch up on the sod here and there, and it'll come in handy for anytime you install fresh sod. You need to water it heavily for a few days, so we'll get to use it again. GrayLeaf said her friend's mom turned 99 years old. Dropped off leftovers for me tonight. Yeah, you're gonna eat good. Man, that's cool. That's 99 years old. You talk about being blessed. That's a good run. We should all be so lucky. She's lived 3 lifetimes compared to what some people get. Good for her. Sandy, the pool guy, said they bought all that shit for Disney World this week, and his oldest son said, Dad, I changed my mind. I'm not going to Disney. I'm going to Eufaula to fish, go bass fishing with his friends. And he was like, well, I've already paid for it. It's non-refundable, $220. He said he called down there and Disney was really nice, though. They said, because he's been there before, and I guess they want his business in the future. They're like, yeah, we'll give you a one-time exception. That was very nice of him, wasn't it?
Well, that's what it never hurts to ask.
Never hurts to ask. He told his son, he's like, now don't call me up the day before and tell me you changed your mind, you want to go again, because this. But yeah, I thought that spoke highly of Disney to do. They didn't have to do that. Yeah. Oh, even if you got half the money back. I tried to use that hose to hook up to your pump. that was one of the old ones that we had used down the ramp. And because it had an aluminum fitting on the hose, and the part that was on the spray head was bronze or brass, I guess those dissimilar metals, I learned that on airplanes, anytime you put two dissimilar metals together, you get a galvanic reaction. But that shit had practically welded itself together. I took a 4-inch grinder out there with a diamond blade and tried to even cut it apart so I could separate it, to no avail. I ended up just cutting the hose off. I didn't throw the hose away because I figured I could buy a little fitting for the end of it, but nightmare. I couldn't find it. And then after I did all that, I found it. It was on the kayaks. Yeah. But I learned my lesson about, I guess there's no big deal to screw those brass fittings onto the aluminum hose fixtures. You just can't leave it there. Unhook it once you're done. Prevent it from that happening. Amazon rainforest has been leveled for a climate summit highway. You think about the irony in that. They've got all sorts of pictures on Newsmax right now with bulldozers, and they're just blasting a big, beautiful part of the Amazon rainforest to put in a highway. I mean, are these people so oblivious? I don't even know how you do that. I don't know how you say we're going to have a summit here to save the rainforest, and in doing so, we're going to destroy, several hundred acres. Absolutely batshit crazy. They're making fun of Gavin Newsom on Newsmax because if you didn't keep up with it today, I might have mentioned it, I might not have, I don't remember, but somebody dropped $90,000 to commission an artist to do a bronze bust of him to set in the state capitol in San Francisco. And then somebody finally discovered that he paid for part of it himself. Do you know how arrogant, how full of yourself you have to be to pay for a statue of yourself to be built so that you could put it in a public building? I mean, it's one thing if the people of your community, they come together and say, hey, this guy's, he's Paul Revere, or this is George Washington, or Abraham Lincoln. We're gonna raise some money and take donations and build something in his honor. But this prick wrote a check out of his own family savings account to have a little statue built to glorify himself. Tells you everything you want to know. What a joke. I don't know how anybody could learn of something like that and not find him repulsive. It's a mystery to me. And I said, look for the big red light on the porch. Only old people get it. Yep. That's where the hookers used to live. You wanted to pay for some kissing, hugging time. All you had to do was look for a red light bulb. Yep, then those. Oldest profession in the world. Girls been selling sex since biblical times, and they still make it illegal. Think about that. How odd that is.
You would tell you this, I know it's true. They said Ireland is offering up to 92,000 to move to a remote island and renovate basic homes.
Oh, are you kidding me? Mrs. Pirate read something that somebody in Ireland is offering. Would you say 92 grand? 92,000, up to $92,000. If you're willing to move to Ireland, and more specifically, live on a remote island and renovate a property that's there. And if you've heard anything I've said, that's been my dream for a long time, the ultimate reclusion, a recluse lifestyle, live on a little island. And these people are willing to like give you the island and the property and then give you 90 grand to get started. Oh Lord, she said, and to add further humor to it, the website is called travelpirates.com. Man, is the universe trying to tell me something, GrayLeaf? Is it possible, Nana? Is the universe telling Mrs. Pirate and I that we should head to Ireland? Certainly looks that way, doesn't it? I mean, if you guys remember, I think it was the other day, I don't know if it was GrayLeaf or Papa Max stream, it doesn't matter. But we spent a little time for content looking at all the islands that were for sale in Tahiti and the Bahamas, the Polynesians and all of that. And here it is. The whole time it was right there in Ireland. Who would have known? Sounds too good to be true. They're going to have so many people apply for that. The trick, they'll have to pick somebody who's well qualified. Because I promise you, the 90 grand isn't going to get it done. You're going to need somebody with deep pockets. And on top of that, they're going to have a skill set. And then on top of that, they're going to have the ambition to do all that. And can you imagine what an adventure that would be, though? They're going to have to be real careful what they choose for that, because you can burn through some money there. I mean, it's not like you can just get in your car like we can now and drive over to Walmart and pick up a block of cheese and a loaf of bread. What's that, honey? Yeah. Progress payments. She said she's certain it'll be some sort of installment where they're going to give you the money as you make the repairs. Be interesting to see if you're getting like a tax forgiveness or any of that sort of thing. Ben says, is that why Rosie moved to Ireland? Yeah, I saw that today on Twitter or X or something. Had a picture on her. I didn't take the time to listen to her. I find her repulsive as well, so I didn't want to even hear her speak. But that was the banner underneath it. It was that Rosie O'Donnell has moved to Ireland. Well, good for her. Sandy, you'll have to remind me when they move that electrical junction box. I need to caulk all around that so that rainwater can't run down that wall and go behind the box, because it'll go inside the stucco and you'll end up with that blistering down below like we had before. What I should really do is probably go out there and pack that hole full of caulk now. flipping through real quick some of the more recent posts that are popping up on my timeline and on X, and they got some brainiac on here. It says, I'm quite sure that around 80% of Americans want to keep the education department, and the same for U.S. aid. Are we really going to let 20% of the dumbest people in America completely dismantle our federal government? That's when you know somebody's just pulling shit completely out of their ass. When they get so extravagant with their claims, 80%. What a moron. But for whatever reason, people pay attention to them.
A sprinkler your brushes and soap. Takes office. Captain.
They sped that TikTok video up. There's no fucking way this truck would travel like that. It would be though. Get out of the way, bitch! I'm coming through. Yeah, that's a Kent work, man, and he's getting down. I used to carry some big shit like that. Boys are rocking and rolling. The girl in the truck did the right thing, though. She got completely off the road and gave them all they needed. Just a smart person.
Good looking at.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sending you a video, and this video is exactly why you can't have a little dog, one of those little foo-foo dogs. This is a prime example.
Very cute, but it's personal.
That little behavior, that how are you going to resist that? You're gonna get anything done. I saw a big old piece of steel out there, honey. They run that stainless steel through one of your dead men off your seawall, and there's like 6 foot sticking out the other side of it, and they just left it and buried it, and it's all over the pipes. Take my diamond blade out of here. I'm gonna do that because I love it.
In the cloud show of the market where the trading candles glow, we gather our strength, ready for the show. Loyal to each other, we rise up, no fear. Together we're a force, the apes, we are here. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family, all the apes are with me. In this jungle of stocks, we find unity. Ken Griffin lied, but we won't back down. In this wild roller coaster, we're taking his crown. Have you heard about Melvin Capital? Their report card was not passable. KC every day. Papa Mac, preacher, pirate, GrayLeaf, we're here to slay. Adam Aaron rides with us, with wisdom so bright. Cash is king in this ape revolution, we're ready to fight. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like
If you guys need anything, just holler, man. I'm sitting right here.
we are family.
You're the same. You're the same. My diamond blade.
In this circus of
What cut
stocks,
is
we
this one?
find
Top of fight. I'm seeing everything.
Crayons in our pockets, we're sharing the ride. Bananas in our hands, with respect as our guide. Caring for each other through thick and thin. In this epic adventure, we know we will win. Popcorn in the air, we're ready for some fun. With every single trade, together we will run. The apes together strong, we'll soar high above. Through the highs and the lows, it's AMC we love. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family, all my apes with me. In this circus of stocks, we find unity. Like birds of a feather, our flock is forever. Diamond Hand Apes can handle that weather. Apes together strong, we'll all take a stand. Together we're invincible.